the mic on. Good evening, Missoula.
These microphones are really sensitive, actually. You can probably.
Is that your Robin Williams?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great movie.
If the radio station gave me a job, that's what I'd do every morning. Good morning, Missoula. Start talking really fast.
Yeah. No, I got bit. Yeah, you're lucky I'm here and not in the hospital right now. I went to I went to a friend's house and I was with their cat and so I took an allergy medicine and then I got bit by a bug and luckily I'd taken the allergy medicine before, otherwise I would be in the hospital. That's great.
Well, I'm glad you're alive.
Yeah, that's great. But now I'm gonna be coughing all day. So hopefully it doesn't bother me.
I went to Butterfly today.
You know,
What y'all discuss over there? I had to go watch the race for some equal charge session, falling potential firearms, and basically making bombs. Same guy. It's fun. I don't know. Like Sophia does firearm. And then also got charged with. So he was charged with possession of an unregistered discharge.
Yeah, there's a few student groups here. Charlie's here. It looks like it's back there at AFS. Wildlife Society.
They just say we put out.
I don't think they'll probably. I just told them to come to public comment if they want.
Hey, did crafters make it on the list for? Or are we not doing that tonight?
I think it's for the subcommittee. Like, I think I checked once. It was on Michael Finance about it. I can't remember for sure though. Yeah, because I gave you the docs Friday afternoon, didn't I? Yeah, board on members met Friday morning, so they'll be for this Friday. Yeah. It should be okay. I think Montana Vet Services is going to start kicking people out of meeting rooms like October 1, so they'll need to cut off. Whoever's not recognized by that point, they'll kind of hear about.
Sit down.
Good job of getting Michael to do that though.
Or what?
Good job getting Michael to actually look at all those forms.
My dad was bringing extra cheese. I was really good.
I think you got it. It's amazing what duct tape and handcuffs can get you.
Great.
Do we need other chairs?
And then played less and there. And then
Oh, I heard that too.
It's really bad.
Yeah, that one's like his first time.
The rain with the other week was Washington. Yeah. And it's always on the junior in the district court, but like scary.
At the time, we didn't know any.
Yeah, this guy.
I believe you did also like.
And I'm not saying. I mean, obviously, it was not that.
So I might.
Sure, but still.
All of you write it.
It's not going to change much. We can talk about how it is for centers and all of
Well, that was.
Yeah, I was like, oh my god.
Oh, I was just gonna say.
I was gonna say, I'm not gonna lie, I walked out of the like, password. Federal defense word.
Did all the new people find their binders?
Someone's got it.
No, it's the book deals that I mean, yeah. I can't. I can't be facilities there, and they're going to like American all this area.
All right, I call this meeting to order at 6 p.m. Secretary David, will you please take the roll?
Senator Rockmall,
Here.
Senator Anderson,
Here.
Senator Brennan,
Here.
Senator Borgasani,
Here.
Senator Charpentier,
Unexcused.
Senator Contreras,
Here.
Senator Durnell,
Here.
Senator Flanagan,
Here.
Senator Fulton,
Here.
Senator Glukert,
Here.
Senator Hahn,
Right here.
Senator Hurley,
Here.
Senator Jimmy,
Here.
Senator Johnston,
Here.
Senator Kalanda,
Here.
Senator Kiefer,
Excused.
Senator Miranda,
Unexcused.
Senator Nelson,
Here.
Senator Pfeiffer,
Here.
Senator Powell,
Unexcused.
Senator Ream,
Here.
Senator Shai, here. Senator Torello,
Present.
Senator Thompson,
Here.
Senator Wilmes,
Here.
Business Manager Parsons,
Here.
Vice President Hanley,
Here.
President Belcher.
Here.
All right, we'll now go into the minutes of the preceding meeting. I'll give you all just a little bit to look through the minutes just to see if there needs to be any corrections. Senator Flanagan.
If you could scroll to the section where it talks about the student art social, and I mentioned that has me listed as mentioning the UC. That's the DHC.
Give us 1 second.
Yeah.
Just wait to make the motion until we get to the VP report.
Right.
Okay. Yep, right there. Okay.
Okay. Move to amend UC to say DHC.
All right. Is there a second?
Second. Unanimous.
Okay, so the motion's been moved by Senator Flanagan, seconded by Senator Ockmall. Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? All right, seeing none, the amendment is adopted. Are there any other changes to the minutes of the preceding meeting? Senator Anderson.
Can you go to the committee reports for the sectors, please?
I got you. Yeah, right there.
Move to amend where it says approved MOA. They approved the 4+4 plan.
Okay. There's been a motion to change MOA to 4+4 plan. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion's been moved by Senator Anderson, seconded by Senator Fulton. Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? All right, seeing none, the amendment passes. We'll give it a minute to get up on the screen. Okay. Is there any more discussion on minutes of the preceding meeting? All right, seeing none, I will now entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the September 18th meeting.
So moved.
Moved by Senator Anderson, seconded by Senator Fulton.
Unanimous.
Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? All right, seeing none, the amendment or the minutes have been approved. All right, we'll now move into public comment. Just a reminder to senators, please don't eat, talk, or pass notes during this time, and please only drink water. And also listen attentively to the people that attend public comment. Is there any public comment tonight? Yes, go ahead, Sammy.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Sammy, clearly from Montford. We have a voter registration competition going on next week against MSU. So we're trying to compete against ASMSU and have you guys be involved a little bit as well in that participation. Was asked here by the vice president. To just kind of talk about what your registration looks like. So it's super straightforward and super simple. We'll have all the forms ready for you guys, and we can do more training if you guys have any questions or anything like that. We have all the important stuff that needs to be filled out, highlighted. The biggest question we get out there is, am I an actual resident of the state of Montana? The answer for voting purposes is yes, because you're going to live here for 30 days before the next election. I want to clarify that because most people do not understand that question on these forms. Yeah, so I mean, I really look forward to working with you guys this next week. I really, really would like to take down Bozeman, especially because it is something that so please meet up with Ethan and sign up for some shifts.
Sweet. Any discussion? All right. Thank you, Sammy. Is there any more public comment? Go ahead.
Hello. We're members of the recently formed Pokemon Go Club. And we came to advocate for some travel allocations, which is some funding for travel. We want to make a trip down to Boise for the November Community Day, which is my Pokemon Go on-site event, to get all the players outside and like work together as a community. We want to travel to Boise so we can work with the Pokemon Go Club that they have at the ASUM and work with like inter-university like connections, and hopefully they'd be able to make travel arrangements to visit us, and we can show them throughout Missoula and show like, an interchangeable community experience. So we just came to advocate for travel.
Any questions? Are you willing to take questions? Or?
Yeah.
Any questions? All right, no questions. Thank you very much. Is there any more public comment? Yeah, go with that.
Hello, we're all here from the curling team. Some of you may have heard of it, some of you may not have. It's an ancient Irish sport, played with a stick and ball. The Montana Grizzlies have won 4 out of 6 national championships. We're doing pretty well. We're kind of in a rebuilding year. We have a lot of new players. We've lost some people, and we've requested funds for 2 different things. The first thing is a tournament we are hosting in 2.5 weeks. It's the regional tournament. 4 different states are coming: Colorado, Washington, and California. It's a big deal. We only host every 3 to 4 years, and we've requested money for field cost, medical kit, obviously important, and other small things. Anyone have any questions about the tournament? Okay, I'm gonna move on to the next.
I do have one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Business manager persons.
What teams will be represented there?
Yeah, CU Boulder, Cal Berkeley, and Gonzaga has a brand new team. We love them all, but we want to beat them. The Golden Girl, we take home. We really want to win at home. And it's also good to put on a good tournament. It gives us a good reputation. It gives a good name to University of Montana when we put on a clean, well-organized tournament.
Cal Berkeley is setting up with them composite teams to stand there too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so it'll be like 75-ish players. Yes.
Senator Nelson.
So who funded the city card you requested in your skip request? Do you need like an additional 12 for this event?
Yeah, we lose a lot of them at tournaments. That's a good question. People take them, they disappear. The tournament is actually out at Fort Missoula. We normally practice at Dark Laser, so I feel like they just get lost there. And we'll ask teams to bring their own, but it's kind of expected of the host team.
Any more questions? Oh, Senator Pfeiffer.
How do you pronounce the name of it?
Yes.
Splitter.
Splitter. We brought them to show because we knew people might not know. Splitter. I invite you all to come to the tournament. We'll be making a Facebook event starting next week. We're going to different tournaments this weekend.
And that's October.
October 12th. The next thing we requested money for, a bigger request, is for new equipment. We haven't had new equipment since we started the team. We have a roster of 20 of us this year. We don't even have enough helmets for all of us. And as you can imagine, getting hit with that stick right there, you need a helmet. You can't play without a helmet. You need good new helmets, so when the straps are falling off. We've done the best we can to maintain them, but we really need new helmets. And we also asked for new sticks and the splitters because Sticks also, as you can imagine, start to fall apart. The wrapping comes off, they get like hollowed on the inside. And slitters, I think we're down to 12, and we would like 20 per practice, just for reference. It's really a great sport. We have so many new players out this year. We'd love to get them in new safe helmets and get sticks in their hand that are going to hit the ball and not hurt anyone.
And with the helmets, because we have so many new players joining us this season, we have some of the more veteran players, they will just practice without helmets to give some of those new players a chance to not get, injuries to their brains and their heads. And so definitely having enough helmets for everyone who wants to come practice.
Last one is we give the option, but we don't ask our players to buy anything. That's, I think, one of the biggest appeals. Why I started playing, show up cleats and water, pulling you off in it. It's a low cost sport and obviously co-ed sport too, which is really important.
I do have one question for you, Senator Johnston.
Yeah, with the 12 commentators,
Yes, we put 11 people on at the field at a time, and then some of our old ones.
Senator Flanders.
Hi, you guys mentioned that you haven't gotten equipment since the team was formed. When was the team formed?
23rd. We made it last a long time. We'll hope to make this last another 4 years.
Can I have a follow-up?
Yes.
I remember seeing something about your guys' team where you were bringing actually people from Ireland to come play it as well. I don't think I'm going to be that specific to that. Something I
So we have a really good partnership with the University College of Florida in Ireland. And basically we sent someone from our law school over there, and they sent someone from their law school over here for often a semester, but sometimes a year, often a semester. And hurling is a big part of Irish culture, so a lot of people that come tend to play hurling or camogie, which is the Irish female version of the sport. But we get a lot of people from what they call the Law and Irish program. We also get people they send, just like general, like how we would send someone for a study abroad, different types of studies. So we have a couple of theology students here this year, and so it's just an opportunity for them to like kind of continue what they do back home over here. Makes it really fun. Plus, it allows us to play at a higher level of hurling because they're animals. They're really good at the sport, so it helps us stay competitive and let us to win multiple national championships.
Any more questions? All right, thank you very much. And if you could sign your names on that sheet, just so we can put that, and then provide one email address, that would be great.
Thank you guys for coming.
And you can provide just one email address if that's a little quicker for you too.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Is there any more public comment? Yes, I see one.
Hello, I am Aubrey Enderly, and I'm a graduate student, part of the NISLA Club. So my name is Shannon. I'm president of our National Student Speech Language Hearing Association. For those of you who don't know, so those of us who are studying speech pathology and hearing sciences are part of a national organization. We submitted our travel allocations last week. We just wanted to mention that we're super grateful for the opportunity to be able to have these travel allocations. We have several students who will be presenting at our state conference for Montana Speech Language Hearing Association towards like the middle of October. So they're going to be presenting a lot of really cool research being done at the university right now, kind of doing a really great job of representing our university at the state level in our profession. And so we just think it would be really great, and we're super grateful to hopefully get some funds to be able to send them. So just a few more things. We are the only speech program in Montana on this side, so it's in Billings, Montana. that is. It's a long ways away from here. So we are hoping to get that funding. If anybody's a grad student, you can understand that it's very difficult to travel 5 hours. So we're hoping that funding. And like she said, since we're the only program, we basically are providing the research and the resources for all the other speech language hearing specialists across the state. And raise your guys if you're from if you want. Big state, right? So they decided to host it in Billings last year. It's been at Helena and Missoula, which is great for us. But we have this whole big eastern side of the state, right? So we're trying to let everybody in Billings kind of make it more of a central place. So that's why it's really important that we go, because we are providing this research and these resources for people. Like, for example, last year I mentioned Nasha. There's one professional that has 89 kids on her caseload. That's a lot of people. So we are there to kind of be there and support her in her endeavors, because I don't know if you guys can imagine running 89 kids on your own, but it's kind of hard when we're all the way over here. So this is an opportunity for us to kind of help support the people that are already in the profession, and a lot of our advisors are going to be there. And we actually have students, graduate students, and undergrads that are doing poster presentations. So this way they get to share with the professionals. They can have professional experience to be in grad school. So it's a great way to kind of continue us. So do you have anything else? And you guys have any questions?
Are there any questions? And if also you could sign in on the sheet too.
One thing that we went over in the meeting today, that registration wasn't addressed. So we were wondering if, I guess, asking for $30 times 11, so $330 extra, because there is a registration fee for this convention.
And unfortunately, the registration fee is on top of the student MASHA fee. And so students have to be a member of our kind of state organization. And so asking them to get the student membership on top of the registration fee, we're hoping to kind of cut back a little bit of that, especially because we have undergraduate students and we'd like to continue studying in our program that are interested in going.
Any questions?
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Are you here for public comment?
Yeah.
Yes, all right. Any of you two can come up.
Hi, I'm Madeline. I'm president of the Human Linguistics Club. And I submitted a travel allocation request to send 2 or 3 students, or as many as we can afford, to send to the legal conference in Fresno, California. This year is the International Year of Indigenous Languages every year. But what's really special about the University of Montana Linguistics program is that it's situated near a lot of indigenous tribes with their own indigenous languages. So that's going to be the focus of some of the presentations that are going on at WeCole. We're also, the Linguistics Club is going to be putting up an exhibit, Diverse View, about linguistic diversity. It's really important to spread the word about that, not telling people that their language is wrong, or, like to encourage people to try and maintain their own diversity. So there's a couple of speakers at this conference that are going to be present at an event that we are hosting here on this campus in 2020 called Polling. It's a Institute for Collaborative Community Language Research. This is all just kind of like tunes to the same song, the same tune about indigenous language revitalization and engagement. Having a couple students as cheaply as possible would be a good experience. Also, trying to get like an undergrad and graduate student as well. For the camaraderie club. The undergraduate say about the new linguistics major.
Are there any questions? Awesome. Thank you very much for coming. Is there any more public comment? Yes.
My name's Hayden. I'm the president of the American Fisheries Society.
I'm the president of the Wildlife Society.
I'm Justin Ruby. I'm the education outreach officer for the Wildlife Society. Coming up this next week, September 29th through October 4th, there's a joint conference between American Fisheries Society and the Wildlife Society in Reno, Nevada. It's going to be the first joint conference of its kind between the two organizations. So we feel that it is important for us to represent our respective clubs and the University of Montana at this event. In addition to that, it will be a great learning experience for all of those in our clubs that will be going, and a great way to make connections with professionals.
Yeah, so I'll add on a little bit to that. So Wildlife Society, American Fisheries Society, we're student chapters within these very large national organizations, and this conference happens every year. This is the first time it's a joint conference. It's the largest in the field. It's international. It's a week long. And this is something where for the students, so TWS is going to have 6 officers attending, and AFS is going to have 3 officers attending. And while it's not a huge amount of people attending, just given the nature of the conference being a week and 1,000 miles away, we're going to be taking part in all the in the student development working groups. We are going to be representing our chapters in the University of Montana in as many different ways as possible. We're working very closely with the wildlife biology program, and so we feel that this is something that's really important. And this is also, we've been trying to send more students every year. 6 is more students than we've sent in a long time. We'd like to ideally continue to grow that. And so the travel committee recommended $850 for the motor pool and $740 for lodging. Or sorry, that's what we asked for. The travel committee gave us what we asked for the, or recommended what we asked for the motor pool. We're really appreciative of that. Really helps us. For lodging, the recommendation was $150 out of the $740 we requested. So I guess what I'd ask of the Senate is to vote for the recommendation for the motor pool. If at all possible, any more money for lodging would be greatly appreciated. The recommendation we went by was we went by the recommendation of $20 per night per person. And also add that between the 2 clubs, we really try to make sure that we're not duplicating resources and that we're not having any extra room for extra seats in cars. So we've been trying to do this in the most technologically efficient way possible. And I guess anything else to add here. Yeah, that's kind of the main thing I had when I did this.
Just kind of talking about like the opportunities there, since I'm the education outreach officer. Like we're getting into some of the schools with flagship, partnering with them, and educating kids about wildlife and conservation. This is a great opportunity, especially for me, to get to meet other wildlife educators that are from other schools and stuff, get their input, their ideas within improve our program and hopefully make our education outreach program even stronger than it's already is.
And I guess just the last thing I'll say is that there's a Montana State chapter of the Wildlife Society conference in the winter in Butte, I believe. And it's going to be, and so any money that, basically any money that you guys can give us for this trip allows us to put more money into events that have, I guess it's a higher impact in terms of the number of students that can attend. We've been fundraising by working with football games and stuff. We've been certainly trying to, but anything that you guys can chip into that difference goes back to more students. I'd be happy to answer the questions.
I do have one question for you, Senator Johnston.
Thank you very much for coming out. I have a question for the Wildlife Society. On here it says 9 people attending, or was it 6 people?
Yeah, so we kind of did it jointly between fisheries and TWS. So in terms of just officers, it's 9 total, and we're sharing a new one officer of fisheries. And there's also graduate students.
I should add from AFS, there's 4 graduate students attending in addition to the 3 officers, and one of which will be presenting at the event, and then the other 3 will be attending symposiums in the event that are relevant to their projects.
So yes, where it gets a little more confusing that if you have an officer from fisheries that's staying in a hotel that you have looked with Wildlife Society and hiding this. So the request that we put in was just for the money that we paid and everyone staying with us. There would be some overlap there, but in terms of the amounts requested, there's not an location. Yeah.
Any more questions? All right, thank you very much. And if you could sign in too, that would be really great. Thank you. Is there any more public comment? Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Grady. I am the student coordinator for Diverse Youth. I've come to address an issue that has recently come to pass, myself included. There are many students, about 500 right now, that are under student review for things like class credits, max, and so forth. We have reached out to our departments to see what kind of help we can get, and that's moving along. The comment that we're getting back from the financial aid department is that they're working on it and they're understaffed. And that's understandable. I weigh no criticism on that. However, to this point, we have passed 2 different late fee periods where we have now received our refunds for monies. Also, that doesn't it excludes benefits like the Native American student fee waiver and so on. So we wait patiently. However, we are being penalized at the same time. There's a $30, I think, at the first fine or fee, and then $150 at the next. That's been added to our bills. What I'm asking this body is if we can get assistance in having those fees waived. We do not feel that is covered. That should fall. That is a burden that should fall on us. If that department is overwhelmed, we're more than happy to be patient, but we do not appreciate it.
Are there any questions? Senator Brunel.
This is a comment regarding that. I really empathize with your cause, and I really appreciate you coming here. I was in a similar boat even as a student where we kept paying $1 fee for being unable to pay my registration bill. Also because of pursuits with paychecks and all this stuff. It was hammering on their part. I really want to help you with this. This is something that's been really back in my mind for a while, just to like what we can do and how we can fix it. So I'd like to talk about this.
Yeah, it does affect about 500 students right now.
Senator Willis.
Thank you for bringing this issue to our attention. And one question I would have is, do you know of a certain date or something that you could pinpoint where, say, we were to waive any late fees, if there's a certain date range that we could work with, so that when we go to talk, we can figure out exactly what can be done?
Yeah, I think we're being given the response of within the next week or 2 weeks, we should be wrapped up.
Okay.
And that puts us into October. Again, we're being patient with it and so forth. We just don't want to be penalized.
Yeah, so thanks for coming, Joseph. I did have some questions about, so what have the attempts to talk to the administration or to the respective offices been like so far?
We have reached out through various education departments, myself through both social work and Native American studies. I actually graduate this semester, and I'm very pleased about it. However, for a technical reason, I'm under review for max credit, which I haven't actually reached as of this semester. So it's kind of a red tape issue, I think, and not to criticize it, but essentially if we can recognize that this is not, in the case of these 500 students, it's not necessarily any individual's fault. It's sort of the nature of where the, sort of this traffic is happening in that department. And through our NAS, we've had instructors reach out, we've had heads of departments reach out, and the response that has come back to everyone is that we're overwhelmed. we're understaffed, we're doing the best we can. And I do empathize with that department, that being the case. And again, back to the original point about the fees, so it should fall on the students.
Thank you. Reed? Hey, can you speak up just a little bit, please?
I was asking, is this a process of verification for the financial education, financial aid part of education, going through financial aid? The process should have not taken this long, this way. I've submitted my own paperwork 2 weeks ago, and we're still waiting until it gets on. And essentially, that reply is holding up the native fee waiver, which is quite substantial for
President Belcher.
Hi, thank you so much for coming and bringing this to our attention, and I want to get this resolved ASAP. So if you have any time to meet this week, I have openings anytime on Friday before noon, but if none of those times work, please reach out, and I want to come up with an action plan on this.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'd be happy to meet anytime. I'm on campus regularly. I work out of the University Center here, even in the Brand Center. Please let me know, and I will on the sign-up sheet leave my email.
Senator Reynolds.
I did have another question that just came to mind. So it would make sense for filing paperwork why they would be overwhelmed, but has the office given did they give a particular reason for why they aren't waiving the late fees? Because if it's not the student's responsibility, they shouldn't be even putting that on their bill in the first place.
Correct, correct. It does come as a bit of a surprise. As the dates have gone by, we've seen one late fee approved, next late fee approved. Was kind of a shock. And to look at our bills and be waiting to see if things have been finalized. I just noticed the other day, wow, that's substantially more than what I was paying 2 weeks ago. And so we're kind of at this, I think, at this crossroads. And I'm not exactly sure what I can do about it necessarily. We reached out to heads of departments, and like I say, the feedback thus far has been the responses were overwhelmed. And we're doing the best we can. And again, I am.
Are there any more questions? Senator Jimmy.
Actually, at this point, the 500 students who are right now on a holding pattern have literally had their classes held on to instead of canceled. The next step is cancellation of classes. So this is becoming a thing so beyond just the fees.
Senator Anderson.
Did they give you a timeline, like, or a date where they might start to cancel classes, or they just told you you're
overwhelmed? And
okay?
It's been the response, and I assume October at the time of final class cancellation. Hopefully, it will be resolved by then. But again, we're patiently waiting and hoping for, I think, a clearer answer, something more definitive. And I think that the students, myself included, deserve a more clarified answer.
Any more questions? All right, thank you very much. And if you could leave your name and email, we'll contact you, or senators will contact you. Senator Flanagan.
Question for the execs when it comes to travel allocations or any other funding requests from groups that senators are on. Would you for them advocate for that in public comment or give some sort of like authorship?
Public comment.
Yeah.
And James, you don't have to write your name down. We have your contact info. So.
Hi, everyone. I'm here on behalf of the UM Speech and Debate team today. Asking for a travel request to Whitworth University for an upcoming tournament. This tournament will be out custom board for us. As many of you guys heard me talk about, we are on the up and up. We're trying to get the student group back together and built up again. It's been, it went from like 3 members last year to now we're at like a strong 13, and we're really happy with that. Growing, and part of that comes with going to tournaments. As you'll see in our cover letter, Grant did an amazing job writing that. Tournaments are very vital for us to both grow in skill for the craft as well as grow in sort of team building. And Whitworth is going to be a great way to do this. I think Board on Members did an amazing job, Board on Budget and Finance did an amazing job with funding this, and I'm really happy with the numbers that they gave. I'm anything close to this is amazing. I'm like I said, really happy with this number. And then if anyone has any sort of doubts on like if there is any sort of co-curricular nature with the speech and debate team, I just want to put that down now. The class is just there for students that want to receive credit for the time, but honestly, we're so separated from the curricular aspect of the debate of con that if we had no students enrolled in the class, it would still be a student group, we'd still be fine. It's not sort of contingent on our student group in any way. Yeah, it's a very important tournament to us. It's going to be our first tournament of the year, and if you only do, you probably won't get there.
And James, I do have one question for you if you are taking questions.
I think I will.
All right. Business Manager Parsons.
Hi, James. Thanks for coming. So I just wanted to ask about your trip. So I know we kind of talked a little bit about this before, but do you have any students outside of the class going on this trip as well?
So I'm not entirely sure of our exact membership. We have a lot of people coming and going to the class just because we need time for practice. It's 5 to 6, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and so a lot of times, some people can't make it for that, some people can, so I'm not always there. And there are other members, like there's a lot of overlap, I should say, or I miss a lot of people, so I'm not exactly sure what our membership makeup is. I think we have 1 or 2, I believe we have at least 2 members that are not part of the class that are planning to go for the trip. Joel will be able to give much more information on that. He's a lot more, I mean, obviously, the coach is much more involved than I am. Oh, and one thing with Joel, his travel expenses are included on this, and the coach is being covered all on his own. So this, every dollar that you see in the funding here is only for
Any more questions for James? All right, seeing none, thank you very much, James. All right, and this will be a last call for public comment. Any more public comment? Any more public comment? All right, seeing none, so ends public comment.
So begins the President's report. The first thing on the agenda tonight is the confirmation of new senators. So to begin, I will now entertain a motion to confirm Malcolm Contreras, Matthew Hurley, and Jordan Jimmy as ASUM senators.
Second.
Okay, moved by Wilmus, seconded by Senator Flanagan. Unanimous consent was called. Any discussion? All right. Sounds good. I will now invite Advisor Renner Fahey up to confirm or swear in the new senators. Oh, if you want to step out.
Yes.
I,
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of Senator
the office of Senator
of the Associated Students of the University of Montana,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the rights and privileges
the rights and privileges
of the students of the University of Montana,
of the students of the University of Montana,
and will responsibly undertake
and will responsibly undertake
all duties necessary to secure these ends.
all duties necessary to secure these ends.
special guest, Provost Harbour. I'd like to welcome you up.
Thank you. Well, congratulations to the new senators. And thank you to all of the senators for the work that you do. As those of you who are not new know, I've been here for just over a year, and I really appreciate the input, the work, the effort that ASUM puts into its role in shared governance and supporting the success of students. I'm excited to be working with ASUM leadership this year. They are asking really good questions, thoughtful questions of the administration, and providing really valuable input and perspective on behalf of all students. I've prepared a short update on some topics that President Belcher indicated would be of interest, and then I welcome any questions or comments that you have after that. First, I'd like to recognize that this is American Indian Heritage Week. The University of Montana is located on the Aboriginal lands of the Salish and Kootenai people, and we honor their commitment to caring for this land for generations to come. Some of us were present earlier this week when Joy Hodger, U.S. Poet Laureate, gave a fantastic presentation of poetry, music, and singing, and taught us a lot about the importance of Indigenous knowledge and perspectives. This is also the week that is part of the climate strike that many students have decided to participate in various ways. Really reinforces the importance of the student voice, not only on campus but in national and international dialogue. The students are demanding thoughtful action and relevant education. Climate Studies is a program we have here that's one of the first in the nation, and the university is proud of its emphasis on environment and sustainability. UM News this week included data from our fall census that you may have seen either from the press release or Hyman or Julian or whether you get from news source. I am very excited that the hard work that students, staff, faculty have put in to student recruitment and retention is paying off. Although the total number of students has fallen, as we understood it would because of previous years of higher enrollment, new student numbers are up slightly, and retention of students in the second year has improved 3%. 3% sounds like a small number unless you're in this business, and that is actually a very significant change in retention, first and second year retention for a university like this. So we're excited to see that change. It's what I think we've all been looking for as a signal that the activities, the work has gone into improving the student experience, improving recruitment efforts for the university is starting to pay off. I was asked to provide a brief update on UM Online and the OPM. For those of you who are new to this, an OPM is an online program management partner for the university. We've had UM online courses and programs for many, many years. We have online courses and programs to provide access and flexibility for students, not only on campus, and I would imagine many of you have taken one or more online courses to fit into your schedule or fit into other commitments that you have. In addition, online courses and programs provide opportunities for students who cannot relocate to Missoula to get an education. So an important part of that access mission. Increasingly too, as we work with other campuses in our affiliation, we're hearing on those campuses that they would like their students to get access to some of the unique courses and programs we have here, and that is only going to be possible through online collaboration. As part of growing our online portfolio, we had a process last year that President Belcher participated in, an RFP, request for proposals process, to identify a company, an online program management company, who would assist in developing, building, marketing online programs that we're interested in growing here at the University of Montana. That committee went through a process of looking at companies that responded to the RFP and recommended last spring that we work with Wiley Education Services. Over the summer, Wiley conducted market research for the programs that we're interested in partnering on together. The idea is to develop a portfolio of options with those departments and those programs that are interested in pursuing it. In addition, departments and programs can choose to use Online to develop their online materials if they like. No one is forced to work with this external partnership. This fall, the Distance Learning Committee will come together as a continuation of the OPM committee, so they'll have a larger mandate. They will look at and help finalize a master services agreement with Wiley Education Services. And once this agreement is signed, then we'll move ahead with assessing and developing the programs that are interested in the partnership. The programs that have expressed some interest and are in initial conversations include programs in business, education, health, social work, and potentially expansion of our existing programs in media arts and the MBA program. I would emphasize that for many of you, if you've done online, that's been individual courses in our current programs, and Online continues to work with faculty to help develop and improve those online learning experiences. We've also been in a lot of conversations in the last few years about open educational resources, OERs. Some of you may be in courses where you have a textbook that is not cheap. Some of you may be in courses where the textbook is an open educational resource and comes with no additional cost. Open educational resources is an initiative that's been going on for many years and has been growing over time, in particular because of the desire to provide high-quality, low-cost educational resources to students to reduce the cost of a high-quality education. Last Friday, we had an open textbook network workshop on campus as part of a statewide initiative, and an increasing number of professors are getting interested in adopting and promoting open resources in their classes. The libraries launched a small grant program last year to help faculty explore open educational resources in their field, consider adopting them, in some cases consider developing them themselves, not only for their own classes, but obviously the students of other institutions. I fully support adoption of OER where it's appropriate, because it saves students significant amounts of money, contributes to student success, and in most cases is a high quality materials. In a similar vein, we recently hosted a visit from a company named Cengage. Cengage is a company that is packaged together a large number of educational resources. It's actually one of the largest providers of teaching and learning materials in US higher education. And the purpose of their visit was to better understand our needs. The way their model works is that they have a set of educational materials, textbooks, and other learning aids in their portfolio, and students can purchase low-cost access either to one piece of material or buy an unlimited access to the entire portfolio. This works well if you are taking multiple classes, all of which have material in the Cengage portfolio. It turns out that over 300 students at the university have already purchased access to that Cengage Unlimited without any agreement between the university and Cengage, simply because they saw this as an opportunity to get lower cost access to the course materials. We've been in discussions with them because of that interest to see if we can have some sort of university-wide partnership with them, what that would look like, really to try and drive down costs and increase adoption by faculty of Cengage material where they see those are a good fit for the courses they're teaching. The reality is that we will always have a range of attitude options here. Some faculty will decide that there's a textbook that is the best resource for their students. It's not available in OER. It's not available in any type of network, but it's the right thing to achieve the learning outcome. Others may select materials that happen to be available in a program such as Cengage, and others for select materials that are open educational resources. Faculty have the academic freedom to make that selection. They're the experts in those courses and in those fields. So we support their choice, but want to make sure they're well aware of open educational resources, packaged resources, as well as the individual textbooks. Next thing I want to talk about are the communities of excellence. I don't know if that's a familiar phrase to you, hopefully it's becoming more familiar. These are transdisciplinary areas of research, scholarship, teaching, study, and community partnership that amplify and collect together the key things that the university does. They're used in a variety of ways at a university, often for incoming students who don't know exactly what it is, what major they want. They're often more interested in a broad area, and then as they come to learn more about the majors at college, then they'll sort of specialize and pick. In the past, we've advertised majors and colleges. These communities of excellence allow us to advertise to potential students that we have these broad areas of expertise. The themes of our communities of excellence are environment and sustainability, health and human development, business and entrepreneurship, justice, policy and public service, science and technology, and communication and artistic expression. These communities also have a really important internal function. We have many faculty, staff, and students in each of these areas who maybe traditionally have been somewhat siloed in individual departments and colleges, and now through these communities are coming together to work, to discuss, and to develop new initiatives that bring together people with different lenses, different backgrounds, different experiences, but with a common interest in a field. Other universities that have pursued these types of initiatives have often seen new degree programs, new certificates, new opportunities arise for students, in addition to significant increases in external funding for research and scholarship, because a lot of new work in many of our fields is actually being done by interdisciplinary teams rather than people in a single discipline working on their own. Some of our UM Days events this year will be focused on these themes, so that students can, with that broad interest, can come together and learn about the wide range of programs that we have. One additional thing I want to talk about is the initiative which I think we discussed last time. The title on my page is Swastika. So last spring, the Diversity Advisory Council brought forward a concern about a tile on the exterior of Corbin Hall that shows what is actually an aristica symbol, something new, which has similarities to a swastika, a symbol with a rich history, swastika that was then subsequently associated with the Nazi regime in Germany. The student who raised the concern noted that any likeness of a swastika can create an environment of intimidation, and could cause those who view it to question present undercurrents of those who sympathize with bigotry. The Diversity Advisory Council notes that while the historical intent may have been harmless, the existence of this symbol on the UM campus today without any sort of explanation is unacceptable. President Wagner and I have asked the Diversity Advisory Committee for more investigation into the history of this trial and recommendations for how to move forward. And we will appreciate discussion and recommendations from ASUM and from other shared governance groups on the appropriate path forward once the DOC has provided that information to us. This could involve removing or covering the tile in the building, or placement of an explanatory plaque that talks about the history of the symbol. That's what I had. So I welcome your questions on any of those subjects or anything else that might be of interest to you that I might be able to address. Outside of this, please, I want you to be aware that I have office hours. Even though I'm not teaching classes right now, I have regular office hours, and anyone is welcome to sign up for some time at my office hours. Those are posted on the Progress website. In addition, I have monthly coffee with the Progress from 10 to 11 in the branch center. That's on Fridays, one Friday each month. The first one is the day after tomorrow. So if you want to come out, come hang out with the provost, other students who come, that's even cooler. Faculty staff, please agree to drop by between 10 and 11. I'd be happy to chat. I'm going to further questions.
So thank you so much, Provost Harbor. I have 3 people on my speakers list, now 4. So raise your placard and I'll get you on. Senator Akmal.
Hi, thank you so much for coming out tonight. I know you're a very busy man, so we really appreciate you coming to us. So all of my questions are related to online programming and all of that. So you talked about how you're not forcing professors to take to do them online at Riley. I was wondering, like, are there certain things about Riley that are better? And we also, is Riley going to be attached to in-person classes, or is Riley only going to be working on online classes?
Good question. So Wiley works with online programs, and so you're in a degree program, which is a whole collection of courses. Wiley has a fantastic national reputation for helping universities that want to grow online programs to meet the needs of a much larger audience. So they're not only focused on-campus programs where existing residential students, that's not the goal of that relationship. So what Wiley brings to us is capabilities to help design online programs and courses using research on the most effective online pedagogies. They have staff that will help our faculty design courses. We have some staff in UM Online, but we don't have enough to meet that demand. They will help us with marketing, so helping potential students learn about these programs, helping them understand if they're qualified for the students for the programs, helping recruit the students for our programs. And they also provide guidance to the students who are in the program, much the way that an academic advisor would do on campus. So they provide a suite of services to assist the university and the students. With other universities they work with, typically see relatively quick growth of those programs to meet the needs of a large number of students who would relocate.
Okay, and then I want to touch on Sunday a little bit. So this is more a comment than anything else, but I have heard that this is works for students about Sunday not working. They're not able to access the Sunday services, and not be able to purchase the appropriate programs for their class directly, and then not being able to get access to it unless they buy Sunday unlimited, which you said was an optional thing, but for a lot of students, they're not being able to access their classes unless they buy Sunday unlimited, which is an extra $120 on top of whatever else they have to buy. And I have heard from almost 24 students at this point that they are really, really struggling with Sunday programming, and that they are having to spend this extra money. It was a complete surprise expense for them that they did prepare for, that they weren't expecting. There are also a couple of classes where professors have said that certain things were optional, you didn't need this, you didn't need that, and then they end up being required to send it to the professor that was required. So basically, I just think that we need a lot better communication with Cengage and with students because things are not working as they are.
That's good to hear. That's one of, and I haven't heard that before. One of the reasons we're having this conversation with Cengage is right now there's no relationship between the university and Cengage because so many students are opting to do something. We felt like it was important to start that conversation with the company, partly so that if these things arise, we have more of a voice in the university to engage with. I will follow up with them on this.
Senator Lomas.
Thank you for coming out tonight, Provost Harbor. I just had a question about, so these online education resources, there might be a little bit of an overlap with the previous question, but I was wondering, could you please elaborate on what your requirements are when you're analyzing the different companies that you're going to select for, providing these online resources? Like, what sort of things are you looking for this company to provide to you?
So let me differentiate between Cengage, which is a company that provides relatively low-cost access to textbooks and other online materials, and open educational resources which are free and open to anyone to access. So faculty can look at those open educational resources that are on a variety of different platforms. It's up to the faculty member to make the choice and to have their definition of what they're looking for in those materials. Each faculty member looks for different things in selecting a textbook and other materials. I've taught many classes and I know what I'm looking for in those materials, but the university doesn't have a set of standards for, it has to have these many chapters or those sort of things. We do have standard requirements in terms of accessibility, so those are expectations that we have. That it's up to the faculty to choose particular open educational resources. Does that answer your question, or do I misunderstand?
No, that's pretty much it.
Our Vice President Hanley.
Thanks for coming, Provost Harbour. Could you touch on the changes that are coming to instructor evaluations?
Oh, interesting question. So as you know, you experience, and I know that I've experienced one, at the end of each semester, you're invited to fill out a bubble sheet and write some things about each course. When I first arrived here, I was stunned to see these large boxes of course evaluation forms. They were actually very familiar to me, because back in a previous millennium, when I was a student at the University of Washington, I filled out the same form. So there's a long tradition in U.S. higher education of having students provide feedback at the end of the semester. The research shows that there are some challenges with this. As an instructor, I actually like to get feedback much earlier so that I know how students are experiencing the course, like to make changes. This is a very constructive activity, but we haven't required that in the past. In addition, the hand-filled in forms, there are some challenges with bias that comes out in those results, and students have asked reasonable questions about how is this information used. We haven't made any decisions to change that at the moment, but a number of faculty who've been researching this issue, who've been through workshops on this issue, came to the administration and said we would like some dialogue about this. The UFA was very supportive of that, as was the administration. So we recently had a half-day workshop on evaluation of teaching and learning. We explored a number of different ideas, and I think proposals will come forward from that, but nothing has been proposed or approved. What's likely to come forward is a much more holistic evaluation of teaching effectiveness that could include things such as peer evaluation. As a faculty member, I've done one evaluation for other faculty that is a different perspective than being a student. We don't want to lose the student voice in the evaluation, which should be one part of a holistic process. In addition, some of our faculty are involved in research around teaching and learning, and that could be a part of evaluating both their effectiveness and their commitment to teaching and learning. So, no decisions made yet, but an important conversation is moving ahead. Thank you.
All right, I have 3 more senators on my speakers list. This is the last call for questions, and then I will be counting the speakers list. Any more? Awesome. The speakers list is capped. Senator Durnell.
Speaking, I am actually serving with the Senate committee, so this is exciting to talk about some of the stuff. I have some questions about communities of excellence first. So with the communities of excellence, you said that they're a generalized area of expertise that students can choose from. Hopefully, so that it's less overwhelming than choosing a specified area of study for students. I just want to make sure there's a guarantee that with the introduction of communities of excellence in a generalized area of expertise, that there's no intention to have a specific areas of expertise and things like that.
No, I mean this is a collection together of things that we do well. So for example, environmental sustainability, they've been talking about could we have students come in and take a common set of courses that help expose them to all the different majors that we have, so they can then make a more informed decision about which major to go in. But no, this isn't a hidden way of cutting programs. Good question.
My next question is about Online. You mentioned that Online collaborates with faculty to improve their programs. And I'm actually really wondering how Online is collaborating with the students in the program, since I think the student input is really important for the success.
Great question. I actually don't know what Online does with student groups, or whether I know that the executive director has talked about forming an advisory council, and I don't know, I'm surprised that they like student volunteers. I don't know the history of how Online has reached out to students in particular. They work with the faculty who teach online courses and thus help them design ways to get student input on those courses as they're being taught. I don't know if they have a student advisory board.
Informally, I just like to add that Online over the summer invited students a couple of times. So for example, I worked with Marisol Lawrence to develop a feedback survey for online courses. And then we also worked with Professor Renfrey to create a roadmap to enrollment to talk about the different things that online students go through. But as those opportunities come up in the future, I'll make sure to open them up to senators. Senator Johnston.
Hi, thanks so much. I have a quick question about biology. Kind of ranking with administration fee.
Could you please speak up, Senator
Yeah,
Johnston?
sorry.
Thank you.
I have a question about how the administration feels about how far Wiley reach, how many students it can go in, and like what can they put that student Wiley be if it's undergraduate, graduate, PhD students, etc.
Yeah, so they're going through their market analysis at the moment with us. So we have obviously a range of existing programs. They're looking at what is the potential student interest in those types of programs. Typically, Wiley will start off with graduate programs because that's a more defined program in the market. So we're also looking at undergraduate programs with them as well to meet the access goals for the state of Montana. We haven't yet got on them targets in terms of total numbers of students over so many years. I can say from my own experience working at another institution that it wouldn't be strange to have many hundreds of students in the first few years and then thousands of students accessing the university through online platforms.
Senator Flanagan.
Hi. So I had a question going back to the instructor feedback. I was wondering if there would be any collaboration with other bodies that sort of work on instructor feedback. I know that there are a couple of bodies trying to think the scientists going through the university that do sort of like student instructor feedback that student instructors utilize. One, Swazik, she utilized one of the courses last semester. I don't remember that organization that was, but I was wondering if there's going to be any collaboration.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with I mean, right now, we're asking faculty are coming forward and leading this. So as faculty come forward and say, okay, here are things we're interested in, maybe that will come up.
Great, thank you.
That's what you're going to say, wait, my call.
Senator Akmal.
Okay, so you mentioned that you are looking at communities of excellence, maybe your curriculum with that, and having specific courses in their communities of excellence. How does this affect your own education?
So the communities of excellence, so I'm trying to answer three questions at the same time. My mind doesn't work quite that fast. So the communities of excellence are being organized by faculty, staff, and students who are interested in them. There are convenings coming together in those communities. It's up to those communities to decide what they want to achieve and what they want to do. So the administration isn't telling communities you must develop courses or cost-cutting programs. That may come from the faculty and the staff and the students involved. It's not something the administration is telling them to do. The conversations I'm hearing right now don't affect the Gen Ed. So people are talking about, let's have an introductory sequence in this particular community of excellence of existing courses that help students explore this broad area, but also meet Gen Ed requirements so that they're going to the major. So there isn't an overlap between that and Gen Ed.
Can I have a follow-up?
Yes.
Okay, and then I also want to ask, so with the possible changes in gender evaluation, to balance student and peer reviewing, would there be any sort of grading system?
We're nowhere near
think everything else.
All right, and I'll make an exception just one time for the speakers list being capped, but Liaison Reed, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I just want to elaborate on the communities of excellence. This is a best practice, not only higher education, retention, and the idea that finding communities of excellence or your ultimate of major different areas of excellence is great forces of one department that would count in other departments so there's not excess of areas. So it's intended to increase time of graduation as well. And so this is really cutting edge stuff here in teaching graduation.
And another thing that may come up with these community festivals too is the idea of learning communities and living learning communities that we have to a small extent at the University of Montana, but which again the research about institutions has shown if you do it on a much larger scale, it again it improves student engagement and belonging, it reduces time to degree, it increases GPA typically when students are involved in living learning communities. So there are lots of possibilities coming up with the communities of excellence, but we're letting this be driven by those communities rather than being too prescriptive from the higher administration.
Thank you, everyone, for the wonderful discussion. Do you have any closing remarks?
I'm just going to reiterate my thanks to you for what you do. I know you spend a lot of time on this. You take it very seriously. And to be honest, I've not experienced in other universities this degree of student responsibility and input, and I'm in awe of what you do as a teacher. So thank you very much.
All right, up next we have another special guest, Sustainability Coordinator Maddie Jones. Something special about Maddie is that this is the first time that we have had the Sustainability Coordinator be a full-time classified staff position.
I just wanted to introduce myself. So, as Abigail just said, my name is Maddie, and I'm the new ASUM Sustainability Coordinator. So, for those of you who don't know, that means I'll be overseeing the crowd fund, the Green Office Certification Program, as well as supporting advocacy outreach for ASUM education, and just kind of helping support any sustainability efforts on campus. So, I just really wanted to come down and introduce myself, and my office door is open if anyone wants to chat about anything, probably related to sustainability.
All right, thank you so much. I do have one question, if you're okay with taking it. Senator Johnson.
I had a quick question. Have you or anybody in the station talked to you about the money or that or I know it's for solar panels, not mistaken, but more sustainable building practices.
Yeah, are you talking about electrical money?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm wrong phrase. I'm still understanding the terminology. But yeah, I had a couple of conversations, nothing into too much detail with that, but I'm definitely working with the government folks to make sure that that money is being used for something. I don't have any details.
All right. Any other questions or comments? All right, would you like to add anything?
No, yeah, thanks for giving me the time.
Great. Okay, we will now move into a discussion on the online public comment. It should be the first document after the agenda. Okay, Senator Fulton.
This is addressing staff's comment. So working for UM Dining, as previously last week, just in a second. UM Dining is a business, but they also try to keep everything fair. Like they go around to other businesses around the whole town itself and compare prices, so that way they can still give the lowest option for students and still be competitive with their other competitors and still make a profit. For example, I bought the sushi platter at Albertsons today, and I believe it's like $9. The exact same platter is $8 here at UM Dining. So they're still making a profit, but still offering a lower thing to students. And if money is a big issue when it comes to food and stuff, maybe you should try going to the food pantry. It is open for students. And yeah.
All right, before we continue on discussion from this commenter, I'll just do an informal show of placards. Has anyone reached out to this student? Great, thank you. Senator Flanagan.
Yes.
Senator Torello.
Yeah.
Senator Durnell.
Yeah, I would like to point out that it's not my understanding that UM Dining is competing with off-campus venues, because UM Dining is literally the only on-campus venue besides Pizza Hut and very few other places that offer food. So the fact that the prices are so high is not a result of competing with those off-campus, it's just because they're high because this is the only access point for students to get paid is the university. So I don't believe that's a legitimate reason for their prices to be too high. And also with the search going around previously to stores to compare prices and whatnot, you don't really know what the intent of that was. You can't say that that was an intent to lower prices here compared to other markets right now. It could have been the exact opposite choice. So I encourage some really thoughtful practice when addressing UM Dining stuff. I was a UM Dining employee for a long time also. I saw a different side of things. And as far as responding to this comment, I believe that's in everyone's best interest to, and to let them know who to reach out to for this. And to reach out to your banking director and Howard.
Senator Wilmes.
I would caution senators not to just sweep this under the rug. This is what, second comment, or was this a different? Is this the same or a different person? Same student? Okay. But anyways, if he's coming back week after week to complain about this, I would definitely reach out to him and get a more elaborate response on what he thinks of our prices. And I'm not going to say whether or not the food's too expensive or if it's too cheap, because food in general is a very expensive part of life. However, if people are struggling to get adequate food, and if they have to rely on the food pantry consistently, then that means that there is something that needs to be done on campus to make food more affordable.
Senator Fulton.
Bouncing back onto this, so this semester we do student manager meetings where we meet with Camp Howard and we meet with Byron to actually talk about stuff like this. And during the summer, that's when they go out. So before the students come in for the fall semester, that way they're able to have their prices set out. And they're not trying to make it like impossible for students to eat here. They are making it possible for students to eat here. Yes, prices are expensive, but if you look at that food and housing in Missoula, they're fighting against that as well. So they are providing a cheaper option for students, even though it may seem expensive, it's just because where we live at the time.
Senator Torello.
Other than what is said in the opening statement, has the student suggested any direct action that the ASUM can take, or is this just kind of they reach out to you?
I read the same public comment that y'all do.
And I have a follow-up.
Yes.
I was just a comment. I would be willing to reach out to the student personally as a senator if that's appropriate.
Senator Anderson.
Would it be possible to invite Camp Howard to talk about this issue? Since the student has submitted public comment twice.
Yes. Senator Flanagan.
Yeah, I just wanted to take responsibility for not contacting the student. If that was something I said I would do last week, and to be honest, I just got busy and forgot about it, and I'd be willing to reach out to him as well. I plan to in case like anybody needs to collaborative email or something like that. Yeah, that's on me.
Thank you, Senator Flanagan. If you need help facilitating a meeting with Director Howard, I'd be happy to do that. Any more discussion on the online public comment? All right. The next item in my agenda is an update on the debt survey. I would like to thank all of you for the valuable feedback that I received over the weekend. You gave me a lot to work with, which was super exciting. So make sure that as this process is moving forward, you're holding on to those ideas. And hopefully sometime tomorrow or the next day, that survey will go out, and I expect all of you to fill it out. And then in my other, I only have one thing, and that's that the University Athletics Committee met. We talked about a variety of issues, including mental health in athletes, athletes engaging in summer school, and then requirements from the NCAA, which I did not know about transgender athletes. So if anyone has any questions about what happened at that meeting, please feel free to email me. And before I end my report, I would like to have Senator Durnow.
I do have questions about contact information and meeting times, discussing the consolidation and where that thing's going, so that I can make further efforts to reach out.
Contact information.
So for the debt consolidation, that we've been discussing, is there any way to get the contact information or the meeting times for when those are being discussed?
Yeah, so that'll probably be 3 to 4 weeks, I would imagine, after the survey is sent out. But as for contact information, if you have questions about that, you can email Paul Laster. His email's on the website, but I'll pass it to you on a sticky note. And then if you're curious about faculty, staff, or anything in student affairs, I can link you to those people as well.
Great.
So, any more questions? Senator Ogmal.
Yeah, I was just wondering, I know that we're getting into kind of like UM big season. Are we going to be continuing the thing from last year where senators would go and speak to member students?
I don't see why not, but that would be more of a question for VP Finley.
I'll reach out to Devin Carpenter and see if I can schedule senators to go to UM Days.
Great. All right. Last call for discussion on anything in my report. Oh, and before we close the president's report, I will have a 5-minute recess, which I learned from VP Finley, which is two in my report.
It's a very interesting.
I like it. I usually was okay, so first I was that, but then I was like your handwriting looks like cursive.
It's kind of a often it's worse my best that I don't want anything.
I do that too. I write like a mix and then I write these straight. Can't write.
One of my friends who's an attorney on her phone, she has the very smallest setting of text. And it's
Can't trust anybody.
Like you can't read it. I'm like, how do you read that? This is so teeny. Hey, it works. Oh, I better get some meat.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Hi. How are you? I'm great. Should we reach out to
Yeah. Yeah.
Eddie?
Okay, so are we doing the travel episodes with Slate, or are we doing these individually?
No idea.
I think.
All that public comment though. Yeah. I seriously think we are doing too really much.
Just staring at your path.
Like. That's scary. That's scary.
Oh, having John Harbour is always fun. That guy could read the ingredients list off of this Dr. Pepper and he would make it entertaining.
I need a Dr. Pepper right now. I don't have time to go on. We'll survive it. We'll survive. I'm hoping that there's probably going to be another break after Vice President's report before
Yep.
we get into that. So then I will go down, but I have to get Kyle, so he's taking notes.
Nope, we're going straight through. Well, last year we would go 2.5, 3 hours before we would take a break. On like a 7-hour meeting, we'd have a 1 5-minute break.
It's been an hour and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad. I thought you guys would go president's report, vice president's report, then a break, and then do. But yeah, but no, we have all the allocations, and then we have overlay, and then you have SB 11, which is super like.
I suspect that this resolution is going to draw at least an hour of debate.
Yeah, even though it already went through RNA. And we discussed
Twice.
Twice. I just write it.
We'll let you make the comments about that. Now calling ASUM secretary.
You see how they don't even give me a placard? Most of y'all don't even know my name. I was just called Miss Secretary a second ago.
I could give you my name tag that's spelled wrong, and we just scribble out my name, write yours underneath it, put it on top of the laptop there.
I was just joking. I prefer to be the silent person who sits here and takes notes. That means I have no responsibility.
So you just be like, you know what, Veep, I would like to get in on this. Screw this minute-taking business. This is all going to be off the record for the next 10 minutes.
See you all. I left 5 minutes.
That camera is incredibly silent. I don't even hear it moving or anything. It's just like facing front, and then like a second later.
When you guys are all talking, you know, you should hear it moving. When it's really dead quiet in here and I'm moving it, you can sort of hear it. Oh, that sounds. Y'all made me so hungry.
No, we should have a camera in front of each senator. We'll just have like a Brady Bunch panel on the television screen.
I think I'm the only one who actually goes back and watches all these live streams, and some of y'all do a lot of stuff on camera because you probably don't realize the camera's pointing at you.
Daniel, in Tokyo's request,
Scratch my
why
crotch.
is there
What are people doing?
work study?
So since
I
they
see
applied
you
for a
guys
work
rolling
study, we
your
only pay
eyes.
for 30% financial.
Okay, well, the eye rolls are easy. I do that like 3 times a meeting when somebody says something.
Campus level, 30% of whatever the government office has to pay the wages, and then.
You feeling better? Not yet?
Or, I can't remember if it's financial. I think it's financial.
Yeah.
So that's why the breakdown. Yeah,
My roommate's been sick for like 4 days. I've been downing emergency. I've been downing emergency for like 6 days. My roommate's been sick, and I do not want to catch this guy. Like, no.
We had some people requested with $5,000. Per plane. Oh, per plane ticket. So for each ticket, they requested only get $75. We had one request have like over 5,000, I believe.
Is that a university?
Yeah. That's our own policy. Before we didn't fund flights.
Okay.
So I'll explain why.
I saw one group, I'm like, they're not getting a number on $75. They were just requesting what they knew was limited.
Yeah, because they came and talked to me. I said, this is the max we can get on the church. So it's like, well, we're not asking for the max.
All right, senators, if everyone will take their seats.
Yeah. We'll be starting in a little bit, senators.
You guys need a starter gun for the track.
I now call this meeting back to order. So ends the president's report.
And so begins the vice president's report. The first thing that we have is committee updates. So Secretary David, can you please pull up the committee updates? Yeah. This is kind of hard to see because the laptop can't download it, but if you have a question about stopping just to look, just raise your placard and we'll stop.
Sorry, guys.
One thing that you'll notice is that there are starting to be appointments for CRELF and recycling. Recycling is reconvening again. So if you're interested in serving on that committee, send me an email tomorrow. Senator Wallace.
I just had a quick comment, just because sometimes depending on where I sit, it's a little hard. Do you think that when editing, it would be possible to have a different color red for the different spots? Because I can't read the names whenever they're being pulled off. So
yeah, I can. Do you want like a lighter color red?
I don't know. There's something where it's just a bit more contrast. It's just a comment. I just would like to.
Okay.
Just for next time.
Akmal.
Yeah, I'd like to move to add myself to the constitutional outreach ad hoc, or the constitutional review ad hoc.
Okay, so it's at the bottom. Okay, there's been a motion to add Senator Akmal to the Constitutional Revision Ad Hoc Committee, seconded by Senator Nelson. Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Seeing none, Senator Akmal will be added to the Constitutional Revision Committee. Since we can't really edit right now, I'll just take a note down and then add you tomorrow. Senator Torello.
I was going to ask, currently the Legal Oversight Committee is not meeting the bylaw requirements for SALs, and I was wondering when are we?
I'm working on getting you more.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Fulton.
Can you scroll back down to sustainability? Okay, thank you.
Did you want clarification there on that?
Yeah.
So we had a senator taken off, and I needed a senator / SAL spot just to keep an SAL spot open if there are any interested people. So that's why you've been moved.
All right, thank you.
Darnell.
Yep.
Could you scroll down to the university committees, or go to the next sheet? Senator Flanagan.
Yep.
Is there any more discussion, comments, or questions about the fall committee assignments? Any more discussion? All right, I will now entertain a motion to approve committee assignments.
Second.
Moved by Senator Anderson, seconded by Senator Darnell.
Unanimous.
Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Seeing none, the committee assignments have been approved. So that leads me into my next item, which is this SAL social. So that happened last night. It was from 6 to 8 in UC 330, 331. We actually got 10 people to fill out interest slips, and I will be sending them emails tomorrow with the SAL or getting involved in ASUM stuff. Fun fact, if all of them, except being an SAL, there will be 19 students at large now, which is pretty impressive. So thank you all for marketing that. Also, a shout out to Senator Flanagan for bringing 4 people to the student at large social. Any questions about the student at large social? All right, sweet. The next thing I have is a committee report, and I only have one for you. It's the Director of Prestigious Scholarships that from Davidson Honors College. We just finished campus visits, and we'll be meeting sometime soon to get recommendations on a hire, and the hire should be made hopefully very soon here. So keep an eye out for that, and I'll be sure to put my committee report when the hire has been announced. Any questions or discussion regarding my committee report? Awesome. So that leads me into my other, and I have a few. So the first thing is mandatory reporting. I just want to clarify for you all what the obligations are for ASUM executives for mandatory reporting. If we, in our current executive capacities, hear something that is required for mandatory reporting, like a conduct violation or a Title IX violation, we have to report it. So if there's like a complaint in the office about something like that, or you come talk to us after a Senate meeting or whatnot, we're going to have to report that as part of our executive roles. I just want to clarify that for you all, just because I haven't clarified it for the first 4 Senate meetings, and I think it's probably time to clarify it now. Any questions about that? President Belcher.
I'd just like to add a little bit more clarification. So I know that some of us, or the executives, are friends with quite a few of you. If you tell us something in the context of being a friend when we are not acting in our roles as an executive, like anywhere off campus or not at a university event, we do not have to mandatorily report that. But if you talk about it in the office while we are there, or anytime we're wearing our name tags, we do.
Any more questions about that? Cool. The next thing I have is homecoming is next week. So it's going to be very fun. If this is your first homecoming, it's going to be a blast. I had fun every single year that homecoming was. There are a few things that I sent in the email this week that I need you all to be aware of for next week. So the two big things are the Hello Walk, which I believe is Tuesday next week from 1 to 2. I might be wrong about the time, but double check the email. I'll send it again next week. Please come to that. That's extremely important. It's a pretty nice time-honored tradition for the university. So if you have time, please come to that. Sorry, it's 11 to 1 from President Belcher. And then the next thing is the pep rally, which is Friday night at 8 p.m. Please come to that, and you can watch kind of the pep rally. President Belcher will have a speaking role, and there will be a couple students up on the stage. So please come to that. And yeah, please come to that. Senator Fulton.
When are they painting the like what they intend?
Painting the M?
Yeah, like you know how they like the they like repaint it, not as gray looking.
I am not sure. I'll follow up. President Belcher.
Yeah, so one thing that Vice President Hanley forgot to mention about my speech at the pep rally is that it's not just me. One of the other executives will be joining me. So if you have any ideas about roasts for them, please email them.
Senator Turallo.
If we go to the pep rally, would you like us to be in a more official capacity, name tags or anything?
No, just come as students. Any more questions or comments about that? All right, seeing none. The next thing we'll go to is voter registration. So you heard Sammy in public comment talk about the voter registration competition next week. I know the time is a little bit crunched on this, but next week I have a couple things about that. One, for your office hour, you will be helping registered voters at the Montfort tables. This is a competition that we're doing between ASUM and ASU as well. So anytime that you have to spare during your office hours to do that, please do that. That'll probably just be all of your office hours tasks next week. The second thing is if you have free time outside of your office hours to go help them at the table, please do. They would love it if you came and helped out to register voters on your own free time. So if you have free time, please do it. I highly encourage you to do that. I may even have a few free hours during my day where I go help out at the voter registration table. But yeah, that is all I have for that. And that is the last thing in my other. So do any of you have questions or comments about anything in my report? All right, seeing none. So on to the Vice President's report.
All right, so begins the business manager report. All right, so we have a lot of requests tonight. So I'll just kind of give a brief overview of some of our special accounts. So we're going to be seeing a few zero-based requests. Last year, operational budgets were requested out of special allocation previously. Now it's coming out of zero-based because that's a healthier fund balance. So for this week, we're going to see a request from Delight Ministries, $500 out of zero base, which the Board on Budget and Finance approved the amount of $500, and Utopia, which is requesting $953, and the Board on Budget and Finance gave them an amount of $973, which they'll explain in a bit. And then we have a few STIP requests. This is the State Term Investment Pool account. This is for large capital purchases. As you saw earlier, the hurling team came in looking for equipment for the year. That's an appropriate ask. So in addition to the hurling team requesting out of STIP, the UM Flat is also requesting a projector out of the STIP account as well for the living learning community. And there is an additional one from ASUM Legal Services. I decided to forward this one on without going through the Board on Budget and Finance. It came to my attention yesterday that this was a request from legal. It's for professional development. It's for our new attorney, Jessie Lundberg. This would allow her to go to a conference in consumer law. And the reason I didn't forward this to the Board on Budget and Finance is because the costs would have increased if we waited another week to do it. That said, I didn't offer a recommendation for this account to let the body deliberate on it. And the body can also determine whether or not they want to fund it at all or if they would like to send it to committee. I thought it was appropriate to bring to the floor just because we could save costs if we just talked about it here. But I'll talk more about that once we get to that request as well. And then we'll also have one out of special allocation. That's for the hurling team. They had said they're hosting a conference over at Fort Missoula. They had requested $340 and the board allocated $200 to them for that event. So that's just kind of a brief overview of those accounts. Now I kind of want to go over travel. So if you look at what we've allocated or what the Board on Budget and Finance allocated to certain groups, some of it looks like there is large discrepancies, but I do want to explain some of the provisions within fiscal policy that would dictate some of these limitations. So some of the groups requested airfare. Within fiscal policy, the most that we can allot for airfare is $75 per ticket. So if anybody requested more than that within fiscal policy, we can't actually give them any more money. That's something that I'm going to enforce on the floor tonight. So if anybody makes a motion to try and improve airfare in a larger amount of $75 per person, I'll rule that dilatory because that's not in line with our fiscal policy. So I'll be kind of arbitrating that fiscal policy as we go along as well. And then there are some groups who requested personal vehicle in amounts that were higher than we can allocate. We allocate 15 cents per mile per vehicle. So there's some limitations in that calculation as well. And I'll go talk more at length about that once we open up discussions on these travel requests. And then lodging is $20 per person per night. So that's a cap that's established there. Anything under that, the board did make some determinations that they didn't want to fund lodging in full, just because we had limited funds to work with. And that said, I'll talk more about travel once we get to those requests, but I'll now open up discussion on the Delight Ministries zero-based request. And I will allow the Board on Budget and Finance to provide an authorship for this request as well, once we get it pulled up on the screen. All right, Senator Johnston.
Yeah, so this is a operating budget. For the amount of members it has, it's a pretty small operating budget, so I would highly recommend
Senator Anderson.
So I have a question for anybody on the board. So in the justification for the professional contract services, it says funds to hire / gifts of thanks for guests. Did they elaborate on that, or can I get an explanation because we're not supposed to fund gifts?
Yeah, so I'll speak to that. I'm going to talk with their ops manager, Gwen, and so within this, they can pay the speakers through contracted services and count as income, but they will not be allowed to use it for gifts, and that's just a policy that she'll implement at that level. However, that funding within this line item is still appropriate. Is there any more discussion on this zero-base request for Delight Ministries? Any more discussion? All right, we will now vote on the zero-base operational budget request for Delight Ministries. All those in favor of the request, please raise your placards. And all those opposed? Any abstentions? All right, so it is approved. We will now move on to the STIP request from UM Flat. And I would now entertain a motion for the board to discuss this request as well. Senator Johnson.
Yeah, they came in and essentially they had it projected for a long time, it broke, and this is the only piece of equipment missing out of that set. I believe they said that they sold about 1,000 students last semester with this previous projector, so
Is there any more discussion on the STIP request form from UM Flat? All right, so the way we fund through ASUM, we have to fund in whole dollar amounts. So when this went through the board, we actually approved this in the amount of $279.99. So I would now entertain a motion to increase this from $279.99 to $280.
Second.
Moved by Senator Anderson, seconded by Senator Wilmes. Unanimous consent is called. Is there any discussion or objection? All right. So it is approved. I'll now entertain an motion to vote on this. I'll now entertain a placard vote on this request. So all those in favor signify by raising the placard. All those opposed? No abstentions? All right, so it is approved. So we'll now move on to the next request from the hurling team. This is their special allocation request. And I will now entertain someone from the board to speak on this request. Senator Johnson.
Yeah, as they came before today, they're pretty dire need of a field rental as their regular location is Hell's contractual access not available. And so with this special allocation request, it's this is another person's new this, but basically it's for unexpected events, I believe, and so that's why we didn't find water growing balls.
Is there any more discussion on the special allocation request from Hurling Club? Any more discussion? Senator Ockmall.
Yeah, I'd like to move to add $25 on the membership.
Yeah, sorry, so which one?
Line item 6, whatever the first aid is. First aid kit, I would choose that, because I can't think of numbers.
All right, yeah, so there's been a motion to approve line 627 first aid kit in the amount of $25, moved by Senator Ockmall, seconded by Senator Fulton.
Unanimous.
Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion has been called. Senator Ockmall, your authorship.
Yeah, I noticed for unexpected events, I'm outside of the field. But I think that it's really important that if you're going to activities out on a field that are very dangerous, if you have a first aid kit to go with it. I think that does fall in like the unexpected nature of this, but that's just a cost that goes with it. And so it would make sense to me to fund a first aid kit. Also because it is a first aid kit, it would be really, really bad if someone got hurt at this event and they weren't able to take care of them because they didn't come for this.
Senator Flanagan.
Yeah, so I definitely agree with the importance of a first aid kit. I guess this is just a question for the board on whether parents, if they know that the team has access to the first aid kit as it stands, or why they don't possibly. That's kind of concerning that they just don't have access to a first aid kit right now without our funding.
Point of information, Senator Johnson. President Belcher.
I'm in favor of funding the first aid kit because I don't know how else the hurling team would acquire a first aid kit from ASUM unless they waited until final budgeting to get it in their operating budget. As per fiscal policy, it is not enough money to request out of STIP, and also does not meet the requirements for STIP because it's something that will be used up and not saved for a long time. So unless we want to make this group wait until next year to receive a first aid kit, I think we should fund it out of special.
Senator Nelson.
When I know on the board, we talked about how a first aid kit potentially should have been budgeted for in their operating budget from last year through like this 14 million. But even if it was budgeted for, I think you could make an argument that potentially like they didn't have, as of right now, they might not have all the items in their first aid kit, or it's been used, or maybe they have a full one. So I really don't see the problem with funding a fully brand new first aid kit for this special event. Our board allowed to do that under policy.
Senator Wilmes.
Dornblazer Fields is a large place, and I'm sure there's probably a first aid kit somewhere there. But considering how large that facility is, you know, because if anybody's seen it, it's basically big open grass areas with different outbuildings everywhere. Aside from an AED, I don't know for sure if anybody would be able to readily recognize where a first aid kit would be made available out there. So I would support funding this first aid kit simply because it's sort of like insurance. Something's probably not going to happen, but in case it does, I would rather see that somebody has the necessary bandages to take care of a minor injury than to not have anything at all, because that reflects poorly on us, not just the club.
Point of information, Senator Johnson.
We've been talking about Fort Worth.
All right, Senator Johnson.
Previous question.
Previous question has been called. We'll now go into a placard vote. All those in favor of ending discussion, raise your placard. All those opposed. All right, so it passes. We will now vote to approve line 627 first aid kit in the amount of $25. All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed. Any abstentions? All right, and so it passes. Is there any more discussion on the special allocation for the hurling team? Any more discussion? President Belcher.
I move to fund line item 622 in the amount of $50.
Second.
There's been a motion to approve line item 622 water in the amount of $50. It was seconded by Senator Anderson. Unanimous consent has been called by Senator Fulton. Discussion was called. So your authorship.
Yeah, I think we've funded beverages for several events in the past, although they were not sporting events. But the fact that this is a sporting event, I think makes it more important that we provide them with water because there's going to be a lot of people exercising and working out. And I think it's critical that they have access to hydration while they're participating in those activities.
Senator Nelson?
Yeah.
Senator Jernay.
Yeah, I guess I'm not in favor of supporting water because, which kind of sounds weird without the context, but within the context, there's a lot of ways to provide water. That's not funding bottled water, for instance. And there's a lot of places where you can get free access to water. I'll just use this as an example. The Disney Marching Band hauls like 4 coolers of water to the stadium or the practice day so that water is provided. It's also a sustainable way to provide water if they're bottling water and bringing it with them individually, or if they're using a cooler or some form like that. So providing bottled water to them isn't sustainable, and it's just not. It's just a possible water.
Senator Trolla.
I would just like to say that on that topic, I mean, we should be trying to provide the team with the cleanest water possible. And while water may be more freely available, I think we want to make a good name for ourselves and as well as help out the team. So I would strongly urge that we fund the water.
All right, I'm now going to cap my speakers list. So if you'd like to get on, please raise your placard. All right, so it's capped. President Belcher.
Yeah, so unless anyone is willing to donate coolers or reusable water bottles to them to use for their event, because they would also have to pay for those as well. And I believe because their equipment, they have to fill out a separate request, which is a stick request, which would make it even more difficult for them to acquire their water. I think we should just give the hurling team $50 worth of bottled water.
Senator Anderson.
Yeah, so I agree. While I understand the sustainability concerns, you can recycle those bottles. So there's potential for somebody to put that bug in their ear. I just don't think that because they're using plastic bottles, there should be a reason to not fund them. That's not really fair when you fund other arguably wasteful things as well. So I'd encourage everyone to vote yes.
Senator Flanagan.
Question for the board on budget and finance. Would it be possible for them to use this line item to rather than purchase bottled water, purchase like one of those big water coolers where they can like fill up like reusable water bottles and stuff like that, or like cups or anything like that?
I don't know if the board had to answer this. I believe within this line item it'd be appropriate use of this fund. We can talk more with our office manager about that as well. Yeah. Senator Flanagan.
I am very for avoiding use of bottled water.
Senator Johnson.
I think this has become really thing out of nothing. I think we should just fund them $50 and do it for long that, and then have a follow-up.
Of course. Previous question has been called. All right, all those in favor of ending discussion, please raise your placards. All those opposed? All right, so we are now back into the main discussion to approve water, line 622 in the amount of $50. All those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed? All right, and so it passes. Is there any more discussion on the special allocation from the hurling team? Parliamentary inquiry? Oh, sorry about that. Are there any abstentions as well? All right, it is noted. All right, is there any more discussion on the special allocation for the hurling team? Any more discussion? All right, I will now entertain a motion. Oh, sorry, never mind. I will now, we'll go into a placard vote on this request. All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed? Any abstentions? All right, we'll now move on to the request, the STIP request for the hurling team. All right, so I'll now open this up for the board if they'd like to give their authorship. Or I can. All right, so this one's a bit confusing. So just looking at the quotes, if you see a star next to the quotes, it'll be quote number 2 for the Hurleys, quote number 2 for the Slytars, quote number 3 for the Coltec Synthetic Girls. Those were the preferred quotes for each one. So that's basically what the board did. They approved in the full amount that was requested, and these were their top 3 priorities. So I'll now open up discussion on this request. Is there any discussion on this STIP request from the hurling team? Senator Williams.
I just wanted to ask, so on the lower prices, like with the, what are they called, Slytars?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so where it says 140 plus shipping or 156 plus shipping, is that like all of them, or is that just like an individual?
I'll yield to Senator Johnson.
From what we gathered, that was the 24 cost of inflation.
Okay.
And just to add on to that, so the differences in prices basically reflects the differences in quality, is what the team said as well. Is there any more discussion on this request? All right, so seeing none, now entertain a motion. We'll now go into a vote on this financial request. All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed? Any abstentions? All right, so it is approved. We'll now move into the request from Utopia, zero-based request. And I would open this up to an authorship from the board if they would like. All right, seeing none, I'll talk about it. All right. So basically, Utopia is requesting a few things within this. They're requesting a work study through us. They're requesting food. They're requesting some flyers. And I believe they're requesting one more. They're also requesting benefits for the work study, which is required. And there's also, yes. So some context. So the board voted to approve this in the full amount. And just to explain why this is being funded about approximately $20 higher than that, when they submitted their budget, they didn't submit at the Montana minimum wage. It was a little bit lower than that, so the board thought we should give them minimum wage. So we incorporated that into the calculation. So if you look at line item 61226, that reflects it. The 490 figure is about $15 more than what was requested, and that just reflects the 0.25 hour differential in the equation. And then we also went ahead and added approximately $4 to benefits just to account for any changes in this as well. Senator Johnson. All right, it's been noted. Is there any more discussion on this request from Utopia? President Belcher.
Forgive me if this was something that was elaborated on in the documents, but what exactly will this position be doing?
Yep. So basically what they kind of talked about this position would be doing would be coordinating with other utopias throughout the Pacific Northwest. There's a few other groups and basically getting together fundraising opportunities, engaging with the community to try and do some outreach to help be more self-sufficient with their funding. And they requested the work study through us as well, which is also something ASUM can fund positions. We also fund some other positions within the branch center. So this is an appropriate ask for anybody who's unsure. Is there any more discussion on the request at hand? All right, seeing none, we'll now go into a vote. All those in favor of the zero-based request, please raise your placards. All those opposed? Any abstentions? All right, and so it is approved. All right, so we'll now open discussion on the request from ASUM Legal Services. So I'd kind of given a brief authorship about this earlier. This basically is a request from Jesse Lundberg, who is a new attorney within ASUM Legal Services. The reason this is coming through STIP is because it's for professional development and because it wasn't requested in their budget last year. Jesse was hired over the summer after they had submitted their operational budget for the year. So I believe this is an appropriate ask. However, this did not have a chance to go through the Board on Budget and Finance Committee. I had stated that was because costs would increase if we did it a week later. I thought we could have a discussion on the Senate floor about this and just try and fund it here. So just to be certain, there is 2 STIP request forms here. This is for the same trip. One illustrates the hotel costs associated with it, another reflects airfare associated with it. So I guess just starting out, I'll now entertain discussion on the first STIP request, and which is their lodging. Senator Flanagan.
Question for, I guess, the business manager. And forgive me if this is already said, but just for clarification, is this reimbursement or is this for a future trip?
Yeah, so this trip was actually, the reason they wanted to get it is because it's gonna be happening here shortly. They wanted to push this through so the cost would be cheaper now. I believe costs would go up more with the hotel and the airfare costs. So they do want to purchase this ahead of time. But yeah, that was basically the reason for this. Senator Johnson.
I'd like, I'm for funding this $18 in December.
Thank you. Senator Wilmes.
If you wouldn't mind clarifying a little bit, Ian Parsons, was there a limit at all for hotel stays and airfare? Because I thought.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
So there's not a limit when it's professional development requested through
Okay.
STIP.
So yeah, so the differences we'll see with the travel allocations later, that is for student groups, and that's outlined in fiscal policy for those funds. Senator Flanagan.
Question for anyone for budget finance. What constitutes as professional development and what constitutes as just travel?
Yeah. Vice President Hammond.
So that's actually outlined in, I believe, section something of fiscal policy. That's through the STIP account. I think it's section 18 actually, but I might be wrong about that. Yeah, go ahead. So yeah, it's outlined in section 20 of fiscal policy that professional development can be requested still.
Point of information.
Specifically in section 20.2.
Senator Anderson.
Move to fund in the amount of $800.
There's been a motion to fund this in the amount of $800 by Senator Anderson, seconded by Senator Johnson.
Yes.
Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any objection or discussion? All right, seeing none, it has been approved. All right, we'll now move on to the second STIP request from ASUM Legal Services, and this is for the flight for Jesse. Again, Senator Anderson. I'll give my brief authorship. Again, the cost would go up with this airfare if we waited another week to do it. I just thought it was responsible to forward this ahead of time so we could save some money. Senator Anderson.
Move to fund in the amount of $508.
There's been a motion to approve the amount of $508 by Senator Anderson, seconded by Senator Fulton.
Yes.
Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? All right, seeing none, it has been approved. All right. So now we will move into the travel allocation portion of this meeting. And I was just going to give you some numbers kind of where we're at. So basically, if you look in fiscal policy for travel allocations, travel balance has to be split 50% between each semester. Everyone who's requesting funds through the fall travel allocation process has to spend the money, and the dates of the trip has to be within fall travel, or I guess during winter session now, since we don't have them. That said, so basically all these funds have to be used before the start of next semester. So at the beginning of this semester, we had $18,000, $177.75. That was the 50% allocated there. We had 216 transferred out last week because there was some pending travel from last semester, and I wanted to respect that. So basically, we started out with a little bit less than that, $17,800. And in fiscal policy, it dictates that we have to set aside 8% of the travel allocation amount, just in case groups want to travel at a later point in time and they miss this deadline. So I set aside $1,454.22. This is 8% reflected at that $18,000 figure before we took out the $216 for the pending travel last semester. So right now in emergency travel balance, we have the $1,454, and then board on budget and finance met. We had $16,507 available. BNF spent $15,850 of that, meaning that we currently have $657 available for use. So if anybody was planning on going through any of these requests and trying to add more money to these requests, keep in mind that we only have $657. There's 22 requests. So I'd ask that we just all be cognizant of some of the groups. I know we had some come in and ask for more funds today. Just keep that in the back of your mind that that's what we have available. If we go below that figure, we'll have to account for it by taking out funds from other requests, which I think would be inappropriate. And I would like to refrain from doing that. The board on budget and finance did a great job. We had a 4.5-hour meeting about this. They did their homework. I feel like student groups got funded in fair amounts, but that's for this body to decide as well. Senator Flanagan.
Are the cover letters not included in our binders at all?
No, they were sent out, I believe, in email. So that would have been access. I have some available for me, so if anyone has any questions about cover letters, I'd be able to answer those as well. President Belcher.
Before we get into this, I'd just like to acknowledge that I'm sure the Board on Budget and Finance spent a lot of time preparing the recommendations for travel, so I'd like to thank you all before you go in front of the fire squad.
All right. So as was previously stated, there are some caps established in fiscal policy. There's the lodging cap, the airfare cap, and the personal vehicle cap. Some motor pool rates differ based just on whatever the university rates are. And we just approve those based on what they basically ask for, I believe, for all the motor pool requests. Is there any more just discussion at the outset before we jump into this? Vice President Hanley.
Business Manager Parsons, could you explain the process of how we're going to discuss travel allocations during this meeting?
Yeah, of course. So starting out, we're going to go through each individual request, see what the asks were, what the board provided. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. I would ask that we would refrain from adding or subtracting during this first initial round. The first round will be for gathering, I guess, information and having discussions on it. And then at the start of the second round, I'm going to entertain a motion to approve this as a slate, just so that we can speed up the process and get out of here at a reasonable time. If there is any group that you want to take off the slate, if you want to add or subtract funds to, that will be allowed in the second round as well. So I guess just during this first initial round, this will be more just kind of going through the requests, seeing what we funded, and just opening and closing them. Second round, we'll have the slate. If anyone wants to increase or decrease from there, they can entertain a motion to do that, and then we can see that separately. Everything else on the slate will be approved, and that's just to help speed up the process because a lot of these requests were funded in full. So just depending on what this body decides, we'll act on it. Senator Johnston.
We have to spend the excess money.
Oh, yeah, that's what so currently that $657 does not have to be spent right now. If it's not spent, it'll go into the emergency travel account. So if it wasn't spent at all, we have $1,454 there right now. It'd be about $2,000. We already have some groups requesting emergency travel. This $2,000 amount is supposed to last us for the rest of the semester. This $1,400 amount would last us for the rest of the semester if this 650 figure doesn't go into it. And just to put in context, we're only about a month into the school year. We allocated $15,000. We still have 3 more months left in which people have to compete with $1,500 approximately. So just be cognizant that if you do want to leave that money in emergency travel, we can leave it for student groups at a later point in time. Is there any more discussion of the offset? All right, so we'll now head into the first travel request, which is from the Wildlife Society and American Fisheries Society. Is there any discussion on this request? Vice President Hammond.
This is a question for the board on budget and finance, but could you just elaborate on why you funded lodging and $150?
Senator Johnson.
The board's kind of MO for this travel allocation was that we really wanted to work on getting the students to the event, and that supplement funding the event and their legal registration fees unless it was stated otherwise. And so we felt funding the multiple games, to be honest with you, 9 people was a little bit was not quite enough money to fund them, so we put in, turned out $150 was enough money to go with all assessment.
Is there any more discussion on the travel request from Wildlife Society and AFS? Any more discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the next travel request. This one is also from the AFS. So these groups, they came in and spoke to us tonight. They had also come and spoke to us at our board on budget and finance meeting. They explained that these are two separate requests and they're not double dipping within each other. They outlined that in a very effective manner. So this is a separate request if there were any questions about that. And I'll now entertain any discussion on this travel request form. Any discussion? Last call for discussion. President Belcher.
So they came and they mentioned that they needed $330 more for this trip. Would this be in the registration fees line item on this request, or would they want it added to the other request? Or if you don't know, that's fine.
Yeah, so that was within the Wildlife Society request, I believe. That was Jonathan who had spoke on it. He's the representative who filled out this form. So I believe he had asked that for the lodging line item, or an increase there. Senator Nelson?
And I believe the group that requested $330 for registration was actually for the national.
That amount.
They requested that for 11 of the members.
You are correct. But to answer your question, yes, in the Wildlife Society request, they did request more funding for lodging, but they did not specify an amount. So is there any more discussion on this travel request form? All right, seeing none, we'll move into the first travel request from Chi Alpha. And this is their Yellowstone trip. Is there any discussion on the Chi Alpha travel request form for their Yellowstone? Any discussion? Last call for discussion. All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the second request from Chi Alpha for their trip to Glacier. Is there any discussion on this travel request? Any discussion? Last call for discussion. Oh, Senator Akmal.
Yeah, so I'm just curious why this lodging, or this is like one of the forms we have, like this lodging request was,
With someone from the board on budget and finance, Senator Nelson.
Yeah, we went through both of the trials and requested 3 different rounds and tried to fund them as much as we could based on the number of people going. And we tried to look at them as independent requests across the board, even though we through. But if you did want to compare them, you can see that the amount that we approved is pretty similar, in total between the 2 different requests. And again, we went through both of them, we rounds, we tried to get as much as we could, because we recognize that Chi Alpha is taking like a considerable number of students. So we tried to.
Is there any more discussion on the Chi Alpha request Glacier? All right, seeing none, we'll now move on to the next request from the Climate Response Club. So just to clarify, the only thing they requested from ASUM was the $60 for gas. I know they kind of talked about the other costs associated with the event, but they have found additional resources to fund this. So is there any discussion on the travel request form for Climate Response Club? Any discussion? Last call for discussion. All right, seeing none, we'll now move into travel request form for crew. And I'll now entertain any discussion on this request. Any discussion? All right, last call for discussion. All right, we'll now move on to the next travel request, which is fire ecology and management. And I'll now entertain any discussion on the travel request for fire ecology and management. Any discussion? Last call for discussion. All right, we'll now move on to the travel request form for UM Flat. And I kind of touched on this earlier, with us not having a winter session anymore, even though this, the dates of this trip is not within the semester, we thought it was appropriate to have it so student groups could travel outside of the semester. And that winter could be attributed to the fall travel, and then some summer travel could be attributed to the spring travel. So is there any discussion on the flat travel request? Senator Wilmes.
So the cabin is, so they're basically renting out the whole cabin, right? It's, so we're not going based on per person with this one, right?
Yeah, so I'll explain that a bit more, so, unless you want to. Senator Johnson.
Yeah, so they're under the cap of what it is, since there's 6 people going, so even if it was $100 per person, if they requested a lot more money, they only requested $98.
Yeah, and just for some clarification, this group didn't do like the equation that we had, but since it was under the cap, we just thought it was appropriate. We don't require that groups do, it's just that when we fund, that's where we would incorporate that equation, if it wasn't done so already.
Just wanted clarification, thank you.
Is there any more discussion on the flat travel request? Last call for discussion. All right. I will now look into the travel request for speech and debate / forensics. And I'll now entertain some discussion on this travel request. Is there any discussion on the speech and debate travel request? Last call for discussion. All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the next one. And the next request is the International Forestry Student Association. So again, this is kind of where our airfare cap for student group travel would come into play. We are only allowed to allot $75 per person for their plane ticket. I know they requested over $5,000 for airfare, but per fiscal policy, we're only allowed to do $75 per person. The board decided to fund that amount of $225. It's because in the commercial line it said for 3 people. It says 4 people are attending. This group didn't come to our comment, they were invited. So we just thought it was appropriate to fund that line for 3 people. And I'll now entertain some discussion on this. Senator Flanagan.
I'm sorry, you said how much? How much is it allowing per person?
$75.
75, okay. I misunderstood.
Oh, no worries. Senator Akmal.
So they did not give any information or certification as to the discrepancy between attending hospital and airfare.
So I invited all the groups down who did submit a travel request. They didn't come into our committee meeting. I've had some email correspondence with them. They haven't gone back to me, so I don't have any other information on this request.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Wilmes.
Could you explain how you came to the calculations for lodging on that?
Yeah. So again, the reason I'm kind of defaulting to the board here is because I was chairing the Board on Budget and Finance Committee. So my role was minimal in the decision. So I'd turn it over to the Board on Budget and Finance. Senator Johnson.
Yeah, so we have a certain set of the requests for $6 or $7 and try to fund it about $100-ish per group. If it was over that, then we took about it how many students was positively affecting and how large the request was. So with this one, they're requesting $6,000, but really the request was only about $1,500 that was actually funded. And so there's only 4 students attending, which if you look at that, it's not as large a request compared to some of the other groups as far as just individual student benefit. So that's why we funded the amount that we did. We want to keep it at that 100-ish, very close.
Would you like to follow up?
Yes. So I'm looking at the dates, the trip December 1st to December 14th, and divide 228 by 4 people. That's $57 per person to be extended over a 2-week trip. Did they have any clarification at all if they have alternative arrangements at hostels or camping or anything?
I have not received any from this group.
Okay.
Senator Johnson.
Another thing is, the request is very large for us. Just comparing it to the number of rounds of other group, not to compare to what they're doing with other groups, but the number per student, it comes out to me, if you take it down to the 225 and the plus the 128, that comes out to almost $400 per student, where in some groups we're only at $50 per student. So I would like the Senate to keep that in mind that this is a sizable ask.
Is there any more discussion on this travel request? Sorry, Senator Fulton.
So are they, do you know if they're renting out the hospital room or like each hospital bed?
I can check their cover letter again, but they haven't provided me any information about the hospital. So looking over their cover letter, they talk more about the event rather than the logistics of it, so they don't specify within that where that came from. If I was to make an assumption, I'm assuming that's what the dorm room rate hostel is. I can't do per person, but I'm assuming that's what the university or the place they're staying at provided. Is there any more discussion on this travel request? Last call for discussion on this travel request. All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the next one. InterVarsity Christian Fellowship. And I'll now open this request up for discussion. Is there any discussion on the travel request for InterVarsity Christian Fellowship? Last call for discussion. All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the next request for Lambda Alpha. Senator Flanagan.
Sorry, did you?
Oh, yeah, I'll open up discussion for this travel request. You can just raise your placards if you do want to speak on it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering why lodging wasn't funded at all.
Yeah, Senator Johnson.
This is my department's objective, but they specifically asked for the registration to be paid for as a first priority, and so that we felt that getting them there was kind of the second thing. So if they asked, if they requested the registration to be paid first.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you, Senator Johnson. Is there any more discussion on the request for Lambda Alpha? Last call for discussion. All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the next one, which is the Linguistics Club. Again, the airfare rate applies to this one as well. They have 5 folks attending, so the board applied $375 for airfare, which is the cap. Is there any discussion on this travel request? Last call for discussion on this travel request. Senator Anderson.
Can the board explain why they funded the hotel and golf at just over half?
I might open up the board. Senator Johnson.
One again, kind of with the race. We tried to fund about $500 or $100 per student, and actually it was under 8 students. So just kind of really trying to keep with that kind of mark that we've set for ourselves, and so that's why.
President Belcher.
I think that because we're not sure still exactly how many people are coming, because it says 5 ideal, it's okay to keep this request a little bit more modest compared to the other ones.
Is there any more discussion on the travel allocation request from Linguistics Club? Last call? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the UM Nisalaha. I'll now open this up for discussion. And just to clarify, this was one of the groups who did come in and they requested an additional $330. I would ask that if someone does have that motion that we would keep it for the second round. So that said, do we have any discussion on this travel request at the time? Any discussion?
All right, last call for discussion. All right, we'll go ahead and move on to the next one. This is a travel request from the University of Montana Pacific Islanders and Utopia, 2 groups. Again, airfare was here. Their student groups actually came and spoke to me before they submitted the request, so they factored in the $75 cap per person within their commercial line item. So yeah, I'd open it up for discussion on this request at the time. Is there any discussion on the PIC Utopia travel request? Last call? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the next one. And this is the Pokemon Go Club travel request. And I'll open this one up for discussion as well. Senator Flanagan.
Can you explain the personal car that you were telling me about?
Of course. Senator Johnson.
I'm not mistaken. Again. I believe we did a route from Missoula to Boise, and we did a rough estimate on the miles to there and back, like 109, 30.
So I guess just to clarify, it is 15 cents per mile. So the board went ahead and calculated what that would be. We weren't sure about the personal car since they didn't do the calculation themselves. The board looked up the mileage, applied the 15 cents per mile round trip rate, and came in at about the 109 figure. So the board approved an amount of $110. If we would have approved 120, they couldn't have actually been able to use all of that per the rates established in fiscal policy, which also establishes, in essence, a cap on personal car. Is there any more discussion on the Pokemon Go Club? Last call? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the next one. And this is the UMESA Pre-Physical Therapy Club. Well, actually, I'll speak on this one first. If you look at the request, they have a first and a second choice for transportation to and from the event. They had specified that they wanted motor pool, preferred it to personal vehicle, but that they're open to choosing one or the other. The board decided to respect the wishes of it and go with the motor pool option. So that's why the motor pool option is funded and the personal vehicle line item is not funded. With that said, is there any discussion on the UMESA Pre-Physical Therapy Club travel request? Last call. All right, we'll move on to the next one. So this is the first travel request from Smash Club, and this is their Seattle trip. And I will now open up discussion on this travel request. Is there any discussion on the travel request for the Seattle trip? Last call? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the next travel request. So this one's a bit unique. This is another Smash Club travel request. This is for concurring Bozeman trips. So incorporated within this travel request form is 5 trips to Bozeman. So to save paper and to save me copying a bunch of stuff, I said that it was appropriate for them to include 5 identical trips within this travel request because this group travels frequently to Bozeman for the events specified here throughout the semester. So within that, it has 5 trips included in its personal car specification. It's because that personal vehicle is the same each time. So if the Senate was to approve this in this amount, all of these figures would be divided by 5, and that would be allotted for each trip within that. It's a bit of a weird one, just kind of wanted to save time, save paper, and I thought this was an appropriate way to do that. So with that, I'll open up discussion on the Bozeman travel request for Smash Club. Is there any discussion? Last call? All right, we'll now move on to the last request for Smash Club. So I'll now open up discussion on this request for Smash Club. Any discussion? Last call? All right. And with that, we'll move on to the Society for Ecological Restoration. Yeah, that's UMSR. Okay. This is their first request for their Dayton trip. I'll now open up discussion on this request. Is there any discussion? Last call? All right. Seeing none, we'll move on to the second UMSR request. This is their trip to Coeur d'Alene.
And I'll now open up any discussion on this request. Any discussion? Last call. All right. And with that, we have now gone through all of the travel requests. So I'll now, I guess I don't have to entertain a motion now. We'll take a 5-minute recess, recollect, see if there's any groups that you want to make additions or subtractions from. And then we'll go ahead and move on with the slate, and we'll reconvene in 5 minutes.
Right before, you just said secretary, if you have polls, poll doesn't hurt, like Brian tonight, you can remove the poll request for
Most of the consent agenda is the ones we pulled.
Yeah, if you want to do, that's what they did last year, it's in the work, although it's a disaster.
So procedurally, like, I would like to use match blood from the state to happen with the consent agenda.
No, that's what you said, I moved the poll, that's what it was. Do you, I mean, you can do it in the second, which is fine. But if we do that, we get to open and close.
Should I have should we have a discussion first about any groups people want to do, or should I just go ahead?
I would just go ahead.
Okay, just probably not too much.
Yeah.
So if I wanted to pull something, this next round would be the time to do it then.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go. This is 2 groups. And then, just
Over the second round,
yeah.
and then the third round it can just be one.
We don't have to.
Okay. Well, actually, so will we provisionally approve all the other ones?
Actually, let's do it this way.
For the second round, we can open up the student group.
No, the second round, what we do is. Let's just do it this way. Tell us, we're gonna do it as a consent agenda. Say, any student groups that want to poll on this thing, poll, say, I move to poll request, comment request for the state. We pull it and then you have the section. Then after all the students have been polled, you entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. Then you approve the consent agenda for the rest of the requests that do the consent agenda. And then you go individually by each request.
So you do approve the consent agenda for each individual.
Yeah.
Cool.
So that's
Well,
pretty
but,
much.
yeah, you approve the consent agenda with the consent agenda.
Yes, but then all the other ones then effectively. It was just, I wasn't sure, like, you pulled them down back on.
I'm right, so you're later, like, you give me that's later, I can't do that.
That's all
I don't know, I urge you to keep in it, look, your additions, just because you have so much. If you're going to add, maybe look at some practice.
Yeah, I'm not really obsessed with practice. I'd rather find places that are good use of money. Now that I think about it. Don't let me, I did the $3. Yeah, the problem with the program was for students. What was the 30 students or something? Yeah. You want to start? We'll give them 3 chairs. 15. And that's what I'm saying. It's student group A, have 30 students.
Probably for cover letters. I could be really good for it, because if I walk away, Like there's a
response.
Senator Durnell, do not be parallel parking in an in parking area. I hate that when that happens. You know, like the end in parking and then someone just comes in.
I have a chalk marker in my car that's for cars. Car marker, I write on there. And it's the kind that takes like a good scrubbing to get on. It's great.
I guess that's better than slashing tires.
Which I have indeed tried.
Well, you need like a spike. Actually, you don't. Actually, here's what you do. You don't slash the damn tire. You just open up the valve and loosen it.
I would never. I've contemplated it though.
Well, here's the thing though. If you slash the tire, it's vandalism. If the tire goes down, there's no way they can prove you did it. So.
Again, I have contemplated it. I've never done it, nor will I ever. But I can contemplate it all day long. No law against that.
Well, I never contemplated flipping people off on the road, but you know what? I've done it a couple of times.
All right, please return to your seats. That means you, Senator Anderson. Senator Anderson. Please return to you.
Anderson?
All right. All right. So now we're going to go into the second round, and this is the round where we can make additions or subtractions to groups. So as previously stated, we have $657 to play with. So that can be added to groups if you would like. Again, I would ask that we would refrain from subtracting from groups. It's already kind of been through one process. I think it's been done fairly and equitably, so just keep that in mind as well. So what's currently going to happen is all of these groups are on a consent agenda, and we will vote to approve that consent agenda. But at this time, if there are any groups you would like to pull from it, I will entertain those motions now. Senator Anderson.
Move to pull the National Student Speech Language and Hearing Association from the consent agenda.
All right, there's been a motion to move NS. Oh. All right, there's a motion to approve NSS-LHA from the consent agenda. To pull NSS-LHA from the consent agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Senator Hurley.
Unanimous.
Unanimous consent has been called. So this has been pulled from the consent agenda. Senator Wilmes.
Move to remove the International Forestry Students Association travel request form from the slate. You're not from the slate, but you know, from the list. Yeah.
There's been a motion to remove the International Forestry Students Association from the consent agenda. Do I have a second? It's been seconded by Senator Terrallo. All right. So it has been removed. Yep, it has been removed from the consent agenda. Senator Flanagan. Yep. Senator Ockmore.
I'd like to move to move to the consent agenda.
There's been a motion to remove, and sorry, just for clarification, you said you mean also pre-physical therapy?
Yes.
That request? Okay. So there's been a motion to take UMESA and pre-physical therapy club from the consent agenda. Second. Seconded by Senator Terrallo. So it's been removed from the consent agenda as well. Is there any more discussion on the consent agenda at hand? All right, so I'll now entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the remaining groups. It's been so moved by Senator Anderson,
Unanimous.
seconded by Senator Ockmall. Unanimous consent is called. Any discussion or objection? All right, seeing none, we will now go into discussion on NSS-LHA. Senator Anderson.
Move, I don't know why I don't, so I apologize. Move to increase registration fees by $115.
There's been a motion to approve the registration fees line item by $115.
Second.
Seconded by Senator Wilmes. Unanimous consent has been called, discussion has been called, your authorship.
Yeah, so I am just trying to be mindful of both the amount of money we have left, like $607, but also that the group came in and asked us for the additional money specifically to kind of offset the student costs. So I thought the compromise was to give them half of what they asked for. That way they can still give some money to the students that need it. And try and offset those costs as much as possible for those students that are trying to go, especially given the breadth of this conference and the importance of it in the state. I thought it was important to do that.
Senator Fulton?
Yeah.
All right, so back to my main speakers list, Senator Akmal.
Yeah, I think this is really great. I was also planning on making some sort of amendment to give them some form of registration fee. I think this is a really great amount. Giving them half really does enable them to use this fee so that really need it, and then they can figure something out and get creative with the rest. So yeah, I really support this.
Senator Flanagan.
I have a calculator.
Senator Johnson. Do you yield?
Yeah.
Sorry. Back to you, Senator Akmal.
Yield?
All right, Senator Nelson.
I have slight concerns with funding half of the request. One is that we're not doing it for every group that came in and tried to request more money. While their concerns are valid and we should be funding them, I think it's interesting to give them additional funds. The reason we funded this group and we didn't do it is because in general, the board tried to fund groups to get them there and then fund them while they're there if they could, unless they very specifically specify that they wanted registration fees funded. I would be more interested in moving funds to accommodate the registration fees asked as a result of the information that wasn't given to us on the board. And then, because we're not doing this for every group, I just think it's really difficult for me to be okay with this, but that's just where I'm coming from.
Senator Blucher.
Yeah, I'm also a little bit skeptical. I'm not sure that we should necessarily fund them anymore. Right now, we, based on what Board on Budget and Finance has said, student groups are funded about $75 per person, and that is what this is funded at. By giving them more and not doing that for other student groups, I'm not sure how fair we are being. Additionally, we don't really have a whole lot of money left. So I think that saving that for the rest of the semester would be smart.
Senator Durnell.
I'm also not for allocating $150 for this cause. Looking at these, it's not really the end, the be-all end-all for where they get funds for their travel and whatnot. The groups also have a lot of opportunities to fundraise and stuff like that. So by not giving $150, that's in no way that's screwing the group over. And also, I'd like to point out that I'm glad that they came and talked, but just to make them talk doesn't mean they're more deserving of that money than other groups.
So Senator Durnell, this is kind of revision within fiscal policy. We're not allowed to discuss outside sources of funds. I do appreciate the sentiments though, but I guess I would just ask the body to refrain from bringing up outside sources of funding as well. Thank you. Senator Anderson.
So while I understand the concern about wanting to fund getting them there, I would argue that registration fees allow a student to participate, therefore getting them there. I understand it's not something as like a car or a hotel, but it's still very important to the participation in the function which they're going for. Again, I also understand the concern about the amount of money we have left, which is why it was funded in half what they asked for. I don't compare them to different groups. I just see the need. We did fund some groups at $100 a person. We did fund some groups at $75 a person. So I think that we have a little bit of a range. I don't think that adding $115 is going to be a serious detriment to our budget or the range in which we're trying to fund student groups at. And I would highly encourage everyone to vote yes and consider this.
So I'm going to read my speakers list and then cap it. I have Tarallo, Johnson, Akmal, Vice President Hanley, Flanagan, and Nelson. Would anybody else like to get on the speakers list? All right, my speakers list is now capped. Senator Terrell.
This is just a general comment. I mean, we're talking about this specific travel request form added to it, but this is just a general comment. I would advise the Senate to not suggest any major additions or subtractions to the current requests. The Board on Budget and Finance and the Business Manager worked very hard on this. They took a lot of time, so they know what they're doing. And second, we only have a little over $600 left to play with. We don't want to blow it all in one semester. So I would advise the Senate not to make any drastic changes, or any, frankly, to how they currently are laid out.
Senator Johnson.
I am in support of the funding of $150. Maybe it's a little more than I'm super comfortable with, but I think it's relatively fine. If people are really concerned about the registration fees, a better route would be to move funds around the lodging. If you want to increase the registration fee, if this is true. Trying to build off that is, I am by no means expert and I'm on the board, and so if you find things where I'm wrong, please add, subtract, change my, I want that to be very clear. You have the ability to do so. And then follow up.
Yes.
Previous question.
Previous question has been called by Senator Johnson. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, we'll go into an automatic vote. Sorry, Senator Gallo. All those in favor of ending discussion on the motion at hand, please raise your placards. All those opposed. All right, so that motion passes. We'll now go into the main vote to increase registration fees by $115. Point of information.
Can I point out how much it is per student now, as this stands with the $82 per student at this minute?
Parliamentary inquiry?
Just for abstentions.
I did not, no. Were there any abstentions for this request? All right, I'll be a lot better about it, folks. All right. So we are now in a vote on the main motion to increase registration fees by $115. All those in favor, please raise your placard. Raise them high. All those opposed? All right. So that motion passes 12-10. Division of the Assembly was called. All right, so we're now going to go into a roll call on the vote. Secretary David. I'm going to start with summary.
Senator Contreras.
Yes.
Senator Durnell.
No.
Senator Flanagan.
Yes.
Senator Fulton.
Yes.
Senator Glucker.
No.
Senator Hahn.
Yes.
Senator Hurley.
Yes.
Senator Jimmy.
No.
Senator Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Kalanda.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer. Senator Nelson.
No.
Senator Pfeiffer.
No.
Senator Ream.
Yes.
Senator Shai.
No.
Senator Torello.
No.
Senator Thompson.
Staying.
Senator Wilmes.
No.
Senator Akmal.
Yes.
Senator Anderson.
Yes.
Senator Brennan.
No.
Senator Borgasani.
No.
Vice President Hanley.
Yes.
President Belcher.
Yes.
12-10-1.
All right, so that motion passes. Registration fees has been increased by $115. Is there any more discussion on NSLJ? Senator Akmal.
Move to decrease the amount in lodging by $100. Or decrease.
Sorry, what was that?
So move to decrease the amount in lodging by $100, so it now reads $647.
So there's been a motion to decrease lodging in the amount of $100 by Senator Akmal,
seconded by Senator Gluckert. You have your authorship.
Cool, yeah, so since we did just give them 115 in their registration, I thought it would be good to just take a nice even 100 off of their lodging, so that's basically just moved there. So we're not taking away from that amount that we only have for the rest of the semester, except $550. This way we can save some money while still being able to support the group.
President Belcher.
I appreciate the sentiments of this measure, but I don't think this is what the student group meant when they came and asked for an increase in lodging. I feel like if the student group would have traded lodging for registration fees, that would have been something they communicated in their cover letter or public comment.
Senator Anderson.
So I have a really big problem with increasing one line item and then taking away from another. My intention was not to make that motion, so we would take money away from them. I want to make it easier. So if we take money away from their lodging, it just is money that they would have to spend anyway, and it would make the previous thing that we just approved kind of pointless.
Senator Flanagan.
Previous question.
Previous question has been called. All those in favor of ending discussion, please raise your placards. Raise mine. Actually. All those opposed? Any abstentions? All right, so that motion passes. So we're now into the main motion to decrease lodging in the amount of $100. All those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed? Any abstentions? All right, so that motion fails. We're now back in the main discussion for MSS LHA. Do I have any more discussion? Any more discussion? Parliamentary inquiry.
Am I allowed to combine motions where we lodging and two funding from lodging two registrations, but have to be two separate motions?
I believe that have to be two separate. So I will speak on this. If a group is allotted funding in each line item, they can come back to the board and determine, say, we actually don't need hotels, we're not doing that anymore. They can come to the board and move the funding from that line item to a separate one at a later time. So I guess I would advise the body not to do that because there is a mechanism for them to move funds at a later point in time. Vice President Hanley.
Move to approve the NSS LHA travel request form.
Unanimous.
It's been moved by Vice President Hanley, seconded by Senator Fulton. Unanimous consent is called. Is there any more discussion or objection? All right, seeing none, we'll now move back into the next request. International Forestry Student Association. So I'm now opening up for discussion. Oh, Senator Wilmus, you get your authorship.
Yeah, I was just going to ask. So the reason why I wanted to remove this from the main slate of request forms is simply because all the other forms, there's quite a bit of detail as to exactly how they came to the amounts that they came to for the requests. But in this case, okay, is there 4 people? Is there 3 people? Is the 4th person walking down to Chile? It's basically what I would like to see is to see another form later on where they have a bit more detailed description, and this would give them a chance to come up with alternative ways of funding their trip, because just giving them money, I feel like we could allocate that money to other groups and be more specific with what we do with it rather than just giving them money and we have no details as to what they're using it for.
So I first had a point of information from Senator Jamel. Do you still have that?
I was asking what the current standing is since we passed the 115.
Oh, sorry, for the last one. So 657 minus 115, so it's 552.
542.
542. That's right. I'm your business manager, folks. Senator Anderson.
The cover letter did say that one member was already going to be in Chile, and that's why they had 3 people going there for airfare, but 4 people needing for the housing.
All right, so back into my main speakers list. Senator Johnson.
Yeah, I think the board did an adequate job of
Senator Akmal.
Yeah, I'd like to point out that this group already has like over 100 per student going, so I think the board board did a fantastic job with having this. So I think we just move forward with this one.
Senator Nelson?
Also, I would say like requests like this, when they're requested of international, the fees and costs associated with going out the country are automatically higher. But I don't think we can only be the person of ASUM to cover those costs and do the best we could based on how we work at every group to try to fund this group in an equitable manner, and still try to give them opportunities associated with what they want to do.
Senator Fulton?
Yep.
Senator Anderson?
Move to approve in the amount of $450.
So there's been a motion to approve an amount of $453, the total request.
Yeah.
It was moved by Senator Anderson, seconded by Senator Johnson. Unanimous consent was called. Do I have any discussion or objection? All right, seeing none, we'll now move on to the next request, which is UMESA through physical therapy. And I believe Senator Akmal, you pulled that group? You can have your authorship.
Cool, okay, so I personally vest about the current amount for emergency funds for the rest of the semester concerning already have multiple groups asking for it. And I want to fully make that because of individual, this was one where we had a clear possibility of saving money. They did ask for 2 different options for travel. Although they had a preference, and the board did respect that preference, and I appreciate that the board respected that preference. There is an option here for us to save, like, I don't know, I don't want to consider, but like $100-ish. Okay, $110. Okay, so you can save $110 to basically cover the cost of the money that we just gave to NISLA. And although I am not a fan of the idea of taking money from one group to give to another, I do think that this group did specifically say that they would be fine with either by listing both. I am not at this moment making any motions to remove money from this group. However, I pulled this one to show that this was an option. So if someone else is equally concerned as I am, they have that opportunity.
Senator Nelson?
On principle, I think it's really disturbing to take money from a group of like it's been recommended by the board in order to bolster another account. In addition, I think it's not necessarily fair that we take money from a motor pool choice to give it and instead make them use their personal car when in general this group's request is really, really low for like, and in general, we tried to fund groups equitably, and I on principle was against NISLA, and again, I would on principle be against taking money away from this group and only this group, when we went through, again, 3 different rounds to try to fund groups equitably, to take from one group to substitute what this Senate has chosen to do would be an incredible disservice to the student group, and I
So Senator Nelson, I will just mention this. I would ask that we refrain from mentioning other student groups when we have discussion about one. But I appreciate sentiments. Senator Johnson.
Yeah, I think that we just let the travel just be as they are and move on. So you're pretty far.
Senator Anderson. Previous question has been called. We'll now go into non-automatic vote. So I guess we can't do that if you move to approve the request. Senator Anderson.
Move to approve the request being full.
There's
During the total amount.
There's been a motion to approve the amount, total amount.
Unanimous.
Seconded by Senator Hahn. Unanimous consent is called. Is there any more discussion or objection? All right. So seeing none, it has been approved in this regular amount. So thank you all. I know that was a lot. So based on that, we start with $657.53. Currently, there's $542.53 remaining. That will go into the emergency travel account. So that means we'll have approximately $2,000 for student groups to use throughout the semester. So we may see some travel requests later on as well. Vice President Hammer.
So I just wanted to comment on the travel because I know some people were worried. The first thing is that going into spring, we'll have more than we went to spring last year. So we have more funds. So if you're worried about that, the worries should be subdued based on the fact that we have more resources. The second thing I wanted to comment on was, I think this was the smoothest run travel allocation I've ever seen. And I think the props really go to the Board on Budget and Finance. So thank you all.
Thank you all. That was really good dynamic discussion. Thank you, Vice President Hanley. So now, I guess since we're done with travel, we'll move into birthdays. So Senator.
Do we have to approve the slate?
We already did.
Okay.
So we've already approved the slate. We're done with travel. Money has been spent. So we'll now move into birthdays. Senator Pfeiffer has a birthday tomorrow. So we'll be celebrating it with pumpkin bread. And for those of you who don't like pumpkin bread, I have Oreos as well. So we'll go into recess for about 2 minutes. We can disperse the food.
Two minutes. Oh, sorry.
It was the same thing that was done last spring. We had that 3 hour long. Right, but the thing was, where you have to have a motion to fund it. It's a recommended motion, or it's a seconded motion.
You should pass me those Oreos for free.
No, let me.
I really just.
You
don't know how it. Sorry, I've got cords everywhere.
I'm trying to think of an appropriate way to make the end.
I put up all of them. And there's a little soothing.
Yo, I brought pickled watermelon here during Zoo Walk to get
Daniel, did you say pickled eggs?
pickled watermelon.
Okay, so you didn't bring more pickled eggs?
It was definitely.
It was definitely.
I was like, someone stole that.
I had behind the little lecture thing, and then I went back in the morning and I grabbed it. And it's
Oh my God. Oh, so it's toasted. It's warmed up a bit.
Please be absolved. Will you apologize for bullying me over this?
Oh my gosh, you didn't do it.
Yeah, but Daniel's bullying me about it.
You won't earn the love and respect of the Senate.
I'm not doing it.
Nope, I'll never.
Persons, may I ask to have my favorite treat changed to the pickled eggs? And then anybody who declines would greatly insult me. Even though I don't care one bit if
Yeah. All right, please return to your seats. We're gonna get started.
Yeah, thank you for. I couldn't find his information.
All right. Okay. So I don't have anything in my other, so I'm just gonna pass it off.
All right. And so opens committee reports. I'll take an initial speakers list and then ask questions. Just a reminder that only university committee reports can be given and questions for ASUM committee reports can be given. So I have Fulton for now. Also, Secretary David, will you please pull up committee reports on the screen? Flanagan. Got Hurley. And we'll just give 1 second for committee reports. Also, I'm still taking a speakers list if anyone wants to give a report on their university committee. Go ahead. And then you talk.
Is this an appropriate time to talk about what you and your who you've been advising?
Okay. Last call for committee reports. Anderson. Okay, cool. Senator Fulton.
So we had our first meeting for the college search committee of the College of Arts and Media. We were all given an assignment to make up the role of what we feel like the team should do. So we were also given trained bias training, if that makes sense. So basically how not to be biased and all that. And the committee meets Mondays at 9. Yeah.
Senator Flanders.
Yeah, the secretary's role to the board of members report. Okay, we will provisionally recognize Anime Club, Science Club, International Student Association, Mortarboard, National Lawyers Guild, the Veterinary Sciences Club, Psychology Student Association, Tabletop Gaming, and Trio.
So there's been a motion to approve those student groups, seconded by Senator Shy.
Unanimous.
Consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? All right, seeing none, those student groups have been approved. Senator Hurley.
I have an inquiry about legal board. Can you scroll to that, please? So they're meeting every third Thursday at 4 p.m. Does anybody know when it would be?
Senator Ream, would you like to answer that question?
Sorry.
Yes, it's down in the ASUM.
Senator Terrell.
I would just like to add on to that, about the question about the Google meetings.
Go ahead.
Obviously, the third Thursday of November and December are going to be during Thanksgiving break and finals, so we're moving those. We'll send an email out when those dates have been changed.
Senator Booker.
So I haven't had time to meet with Sean Rowe, who I'm mentoring, but I did work with Kathy Cole, and one of the fees that is not allowed or wasn't paid for veterans was the application fee. I mean, Kathy Cole worked together, and now there's a code that can be submitted, so that's no longer application.
Senator Anderson.
So grad council met today. We had a presentation from Ms. Lawrence about the OPM and why Lane Housing relate to graduate programs. Student conduct met on Friday last week, and we went over some structural changes in the document and kind of went through some last minute questions. And I met with Kelly Webster 2 weeks ago, and she's super excited to work with everybody. They're doing a cool thing for the Montana alumni magazine that'll be pretty sweet. But she's super excited to work with all of us again this year too.
Alrighty. Any more committee reports? Last call for committee reports. All right. Seeing none, we will now move into unfinished business, and we will begin with Senate Bill 11, resolution establishing the Mental Health Advocacy and Education Ad Hoc Committee. Senators Brennan and Shai, and before we begin discussion, I just want to note one fix from committee. Secretary David, could you please remove Linda Green from the sponsored list? This was a motion made during the committee meeting, so it's already been taken off. Do you have questions regarding that?
On line 9, we also removed its unique powers in school affairs as well. On the end as well.
Okay, I'm going to take a 2-minute break before we start, and then we'll start with this.
Yeah, I'm in the.
I mean,
Ain't no bathroom breaks during this one.
So, I don't know if I just don't know if
Did we change it to responsibility?
Which was on this bill.
No, it should be, I wouldn't send all of this in. I hate Outlook and Docs and everything, because I uploaded everything. But I guess it didn't happen.
This is the one I got to my email. Was it wrong?
You may be
No, you're
disappointed
fine.
in
I guess
how
what
your
happened
work
is that
than
the
most
one that I tried to
government
upload to Box didn't actually upload for whatever reason. Because Box wants me to die.
Again, you guys all got the wrong agenda this week, so
No,
you
you're
had
fine.
the same
Box is
problem.
just terrible. Okay.
It's also
So yeah, we can
fabulous.
Was that all the like resolutions changes?
Yes, there'll be a few changes to the minutes.
We're on the live.
No, it's on my laptop and it should have been in the box.
Wait, is that like
So-
a speech or something?
Let me.
Yeah, I see why you wrote that down. That'd be kind of hard to.
Okay, so
Straight.
sponsored by, I
I
believe
can't use
that.
two sentences without
Hey,
getting
if you
mixed up.
want, I can show you my laptop to make sure that this will match up with that.
I have my laptop up right now. I'll just look at it.
Zoe and Brian, would you guys be willing to help us?
At all?
Yeah, no sponsor. Oh, no, keep the sponsored by,
Okay, I
but
gotta
don't
read.
have it.
And any other members of the RNA?
I got the minutes up, so
Oh,
this
okay.
doesn't need to. Nope.
And now I'm mad.
I had the minutes.
Go back to
Do you have our action?
Did you send your minutes?
Yeah, and here's.
Did you or Alex?
I'm sorry, I sent you a lot of emails. That's.
I sent mine.
This is what girls live with for the rest of their life. Look, this canceled and everything.
Yeah, so, okay, it's Mike Tower Student Affairs.
Okay.
You can approve the,
What's going on?
So we can just do all the changes at once and then we can approve them.
Yeah.
So,
well, no, we don't have to vote. These have already been approved.
I know.
So,
All right, guys, just tell me what I'm changing.
PD, Power and Student Affairs.
What line are we on?
Line 9. Or
I
line
already
15,
did that
line
one. Line 15, okay.
That moral obligation in place of responsibility.
Where is that? Okay.
Right there.
Moral obligation.
This was for responsibility.
Also delete, moral. But yeah, keep responsibility.
Mallory's birthday. Yeah, we only need like 5 minutes more and then like I'm getting it off there tomorrow night, but I don't think I'm going to. So I think it's just the education ad hoc.
Yeah, and so then it's not the educational, it's the education. So line 40.
So education.
Oh, I think that's already been changed.
That one's good.
It's an ad hoc. Okay.
Committee
ad
ad.
no, ad education. That's fine. So it should be education ad hoc. And then can we also double check the second one to just stuff this? Yep, okay, those are good. Yep.
Okay. Any other changes?
We didn't take your own essential lines on the concept.
With what?
We did, no, don't worry about it, that's everything.
Yeah, we didn't.
No, we were going.
And then it did go. Okay, we're good.
Yeah. All right, everyone will be starting back up in like a minute.
Good.
And then, yeah, you can confirm notes if.
I already did.
Okay. All right, I will now call this meeting back to order at 9:12 p.m. So we have made all the changes to the resolution, so it's going to look a little bit different than the one that you see on there. They're just kind of minor editing changes to a couple whereas clauses and then the sponsor form. So with that being said, Senators Brennan and Scheid, which one would like their authorship first? Okay, Senator Brennan.
Point of order. May I use personal privilege to read my authorship onto my phone?
Yes.
Okay. Senator Scheid and I have been working on this resolution since July. We have put countless hours into meeting with supporters, talking to students, and seeing how we can better support our peers on this campus. There has been a lot of hearsay when it comes to this resolution, but I would like to shut that down right now. We have gotten verbal and written support from campus directors, such as Linda Green, and have received a green light to put her in the sponsors as a sponsor to this resolution. Quote, "I will do anything that you guys need if it means that this passes." I have also talked to countless students on campus and heard that they feel as though they are not being supported by ASUM. We are here to provide advocacy, transparency, and represent those who are diverse on this campus. By passing this resolution, we will be practicing what we preach. If we do not, we will be failing the students. Mental health is not something that you can fit into a box. A person with a mental illness does not look a certain way. Mental health is invisible for the most part and cannot be detected just by looking at an individual. I struggle every day with my mental illness, and it is something that I have worked on every single day since I was 9 years old. Some may not see me and think that she has a mental illness, but I do. I have come so far in my therapy and in knowing how to best combat my day-to-day life. I, for the first time in a long time, am able to say that I am okay. In fact, I'm so okay that that all I want to do is help those around me to help themselves. I imagine it is hard for a person without mental illness to understand someone who struggles. It is as hard as it is for me to understand what it is like to not struggle every single day. I, along with Senator Shai, present this to you all in hopes that that we as a unified body can show students that we recognize what they are going through and that we can help others understand a little bit better. I urge you all, as a duty to the students we represent, to pass this resolution.
Senator Shai, would you like that?
Yes. Since this resolution came to the forefront of ASUM, I have received many comments from students uninvolved with the body. So many people see this as a beneficial thing that ASUM needs to pass because currently they feel they cannot trust ASUM and don't see themselves represented on ASUM. We believe in advocating for students, and that is exactly what this resolution seeks to do. We have been in contact with Curry throughout this entire process, and we have had a large hand in doctoring the version of this resolution at UC today. I'll be getting to that later in my authorship. This resolution has been in the works since July, and after looking at multiple statistics from sources such as the Center for Disease Control, National Alliance for Mental Illness, and American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, Senator Brennan and I saw that there was an obvious need for something like this at UM. We have spent countless hours meeting with faculty, educating ourselves on the issue and mechanism at UM, researching mental health trends in Montana and nationwide, and planning ways that this committee can benefit UM students meaningfully. On that note, many have expressed their concerns about the committee charge not being specific enough, and that has been their concern with this resolution in the first place. However, after talking with faculty and Curry, as well as ASUM executives, we maintain that using the ASUM framework set in place by previous ad hoc committees and keeping this charge broad will ensure that we will be able to remain flexible in dealing with this issue as trends come and go. There has been some miscommunication on the Relations and Affairs Committee. I was given the go-ahead by VP Hanley to discuss this. Basically, we've been meeting with Linda Green, who's the Director of Wellness at Curry Health Center, and I guess that an uninvolved party discussed certain things with another senator and VP Hanley about Linda Green not understanding what being on the sponsorship line meant. She had okayed me to put her on the sponsorship line because she really wants this to pass, but she didn't necessarily understand what that meant because when we were talking, we didn't have enough time to fully explain it, and I didn't want to misquote my ASUM governing documents or anything. So this person told that to VP Hanley, and then the information got dispersed that she did not want to be on the Send To line, and that is not what she meant. And she expressed this to me today. She did not mean for her to be removed from this line. We're going to keep her removed because that was what the RNA committee wanted, but this was a large miscommunication that she was confused by, as well as the authors of this resolution. So I wanted to clear that up because I know that that was a huge reason that the do not pass recommendation was on this piece of legislation. However, a miscommunication should not change the fact that we have students on this campus who are suffering and need help. So her main thing is that she really wants to bring together a body that can collaborate with other parties such as the county and other groups already in place to have ASUM sit at the table and have a part in this discussion about wider mental health access in Missoula and on campus. If this should pass, Curry hopes we could poll students on qualitative data at what the university, including ASUM, should be doing better and go from there. This is an extremely fleshed out ad hoc committee, especially regarding the flexible nature of this complex issue. Ad hoc committees have in the past had vague charges, and we framed this resolution based on those passed by ASUM previously. Curry requested that we consolidate our two resolutions, which is why you only see one today. And this is because we believe we can have a more positive influence over the PROS program from a committee standpoint. Plus, the committee opens us up for a better and broader reach to ensure all students feel represented. This consolidation of the two shows Curry's instrumental hand in authoring these resolutions and our true partnership in this effort. It is important to acknowledge that this university is home to individuals who have very serious mental illnesses and their needs are not being met because they don't have the resources to self-advocate. If we want to uphold our core values of advocacy and diligence, we must help these students gain access to equitable and fair education. We hope to hear from these students, part of the research, part of our charge, and that's what we seek to accomplish. And we hope to use our platform to amplify the voices of students in need. We all received communications regarding the Student Wellness Coalition. We get those through ASUM president. And this is a project spearheaded by Julie Stearns at Curry, and we hope to work with this faculty-centered coalition to further improve conditions for mental health on campus. As Linda Green put it today, whole campus well-being requires the whole campus. This conversation about how to address student mental health can and will continue at the faculty and staff level, whether we pass SB 11 or not, but passing SB 11 will legitimize the issue in the eyes of students, help them feel represented by us, and officially give ASUM a seat at the table to explore possible solutions to alleviate this issue at UM. Senator Brennan and I have already received a green light from countless faculty in regards to creating a space specifically dedicated to exploring this issue. So the final say comes down to us as ASUM. I encourage to pass on this not only because of the miscommunication that came from RNA, but because we have the responsibility to ensure that all students are feeling represented and heard by this body. Sweeping this issue under the rug feeds into the stigma about discussing mental illness and health. I hope you will all help us facilitate a space where open, honest, and important dialogue regarding this issue can happen and make real change for a better UM.
President Belcher.
First of all, I would like to thank the authors for all the work they've put into this resolution and this issue in general. That's also one of the most well-written and eloquent authorships from the both of you that I've heard in my time here, so I'd like to acknowledge that. The first point I want to make is really quite simple. Senators have already been engaging in work that would fit the charge of this committee, so if you vote no on this resolution, you're not stopping anything, if that's what you're concerned about. The second thing I'd like to do is provide some context around the issue of mental health statewide. So I have already been acting in an official capacity as president to advocate for mental health issues for students statewide with both OCHI and the Board of Regents in a couple of ways. I won't belabor the details of this right now, but it sounds like within the next year, there are going to be a lot of opportunities for statewide mental health initiatives for students to participate in. But when that time comes, I would love to be able to say that ASUM was a supporter in solving mental health issues for students on campus. And as I am trying to advocate for the well-being of students and something that would make students' lives easier at school, it would be a shame if I had to say that my own governing body did not take the opportunity to take a positive stance on this issue while they could. This resolution has been in front of you for 3 weeks now. All of you have had time to draft any amendments you wanted to see to any iteration of this. So if this doesn't pass tonight, I'm going to be extremely disappointed, and I refuse to believe it's because a majority of us don't support mental health issues.
Senator Ockman.
So there's a few things I'd like to say on this. So this resolution did sit in RNA for a few weeks. It was tabled, it was reviewed, it was brought here, it was sent back. And so there has been a lot of time that has been spent on this resolution. However, the only major changes that were really made were made at that meeting where I think about 15 of you showed up, where we kind of like consolidated this 2 into 1 a little bit. I'd also like to make it clear that no part of my issues with this resolution have to do with not appreciating mental health. I had 7 years of therapy total. I have had anxiety since I was like 4 or 5. And so I support mental health on campus, but I think that this resolution still has issues. I would like to see some more specificity in the charters of authors and amendments coming up. That would be awesome to see. I would also like to see and ensure that this is very clearly saying that Curry is doing their job well. We just want to help them because I think a lot of the consistent language of this is saying that there's something specifically lacking and specifically wrong. And I think that on this campus there is help to look for it. The only issue is just people are scared to report, and this is to help with that. And I think it's an important clarification to make. And I'm not sure if it's one that is present as of right now.
Senator Flanagan.
Move to amend line 41 after University of Montana to be, and this is all written down, so figure that out. After University of Montana, comma, work in tandem with the PROS program, comma, research additional mental health education for students, and plan campus-wide initiatives to show support for mental health efforts.
Can you pass that note to the secretary? I'll wait for a second for the amendment to get on the.
What line were you talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Let's wait for that to get on the screen, and then I'll call for a second. Senator Fletcher, appoint parliamentary inquiry.
41, so after the University of Montana, strike everything after that, and have it read.
Appointed information.
Like everything after that?
Like everything in that clause.
This one? Strike it all.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
the Relations and Affairs Committee motion to remove Linda Gray as a sponsor of the resolution during the committee meeting. Appointed information, Senator Shaw.
And VP Hamlin and I already discussed this, and we believe that because they made that motion that we shouldn't go back on that, even though she does support being a sponsor on this resolution.
Just as a point of information, you can make a motion to add her back onto the sponsor line. You're not beholden to the committee's decision in regards to that issue or anything that a committee passes.
Additional. Sorry, your handwriting is a.
Yeah, no, it's awful. I take full responsibility for that.
What does that say?
And plan campus-wide initiatives to show support for mental health efforts. And then end it with a semicolon, right? You end it with a semicolon?
Yes.
Yeah, just making sure.
Okay, so that amendment has been made to look like that. You can read it. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Thompson.
Unanimous.
Unanimous consent has been called. Discussion has been, who called discussion? Senator Nelson? Senator Flanagan, your authorship.
Yeah, so specificity, y'all know what I'm trying to say. There's been talks about that on the charge and trying to make the charge more specific, and that's what I was trying to do with this. And an email that was sent to RNA before our meeting on Sunday, including some words from the both authors. They talked about these specific things in that email. And that's why I want to include it into this specific charge. That way we can sort of show what the group is trying to accomplish. And I think that email had a lot of good content in it. That's why I want to incorporate it, then it was incorporated in the RNA meeting.
Senator Nelson, you called discussion.
Yeah, from my point of view, the issue with the charge isn't in its lack of specificity. In fact, I agree with the authors that it should remain broad to give them the ability to work on things they need to work on. My issue is that the ideas that they verbalize and written out don't necessarily align with the charge or are just causes of concern. The charge as it stood before this amendment is fine. I have rather concerns with
Senator Shaw.
So I'm in support of this amendment because it does provide specificity to what we're trying to do. And additionally, I have everything written down that we discussed with Curry. We talked about, if you guys want me to read it, I can throw out some of those ideas, but I'm not going to do that unless the chair lets me. But it does follow what this amendment does.
So Senator Shaw, I'm not going to allow you to do it on discussion of the amendment because it's not in vein of the motion. But if you want to do that while you're on the main speakers list, you're more than free to. Senator Flanagan.
Yeah, I understand the concerns that have been brought up, but I don't think they warrant not passing the amendment. I think we should pass it still.
Any more discussion on this amendment? Business Manager Parsons.
I definitely agree with the Senator Flanagan that you proposed. The only holdup for me is that this would be within our governing docs, and I think references to other programs on campus is a bit bizarre. I do kind of like the previous broad discussion or charge for this group, but I also appreciate your sentiments.
Point of clarification, Senator Akmal.
Are ad hoc committees added to the governing documents?
They are not. Okay. Any more discussion? Last call for discussion on this amendment. All right, seeing none, we'll move to a placard vote as to whether to approve this amendment. All those in favor of this amendment as it reads, please raise your placards. All those opposed? Abstentions? All right, the amendment passes. The amendment fails. Sorry, my bad, Joe. Next on my speakers list, I have Senator Torello.
Will the others be able to question? Senator Scheid, you said in your authorship just now that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you believe that those suffering with mental health on campus do not have the resources that are necessary for combating that. My problem with that is that's opposite of what was made clear in our deliberations in RNA.
Senator Torello, is there a question in there?
Yeah, I'm getting to it. Okay. My question is why now the switch from we believe that they're not educated enough to there's not the correct resources?
So I did not say that they did not have the correct resources to get help. I said that they do not have the correct resources to self-advocate. When we talk about mental illness on this campus, we're not only talking about people with depression and anxiety, such as myself and I'm sure other people on this body. We're talking about people who have autism. We're talking about people who have bipolar disorder. We're talking about people who have much, I want to say, not necessarily harder because you can't like conflate the two, but I want to say harder to understand for those who are neurotypical diseases that they can't necessarily, how do I even word this? I guess advocate to their professors and get help for and know where to get help for. I don't want to bring personal experiences into this, but I happen to know a student on this campus who does have pretty severe Asperger's, and she has a really, really hard time because
Senator Scheid, I'm going to rule that territory.
Okay. But I do want to say that there are not enough resources related to autism and Asperger's on this campus, and this committee would work to increase those.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Durnell.
Yeah, so in prior interactions also to this between senators and the officers, it was asked that it be cut out by the next ad hoc committees schedule, so to say, were actually presented. However, we only received a list of goals from the ad hoc committee. What that does is it doesn't establish what the ad hoc committee will actually achieve in the fall semester. With the lack of a detailed and organized proposal for the purposes of the ad hoc committee, it's my concern that the committee will be created only to establish a group that doesn't quite fulfill its set goals. From the list of goals, officers determined that an ad hoc committee does not necessarily need to be established at the beginning of things listed by the authors. It instead could be generated by senator interest. They mentioned writing grants, and I'd like to point out that writing grants is a very long and complicated process that might not even be achievable over a semester or over a year. It really takes a lot of good experience in that area in order to accomplish that. And then working with pros doesn't necessarily require an ad hoc community. And we can't force, as an ASUM, we can't force training in Greek life. We're not an agency of ASUM. We could possibly work around doing that with student groups, but overall, I just didn't see that any of the goals presented to us were things that had to have an ad hoc committee in order to accomplish it. And if I'm going to pass an ad hoc committee, it's going to be with a very, very specific directive to get something done that can't be done otherwise. We also heard from the authorship that students don't have the resources to self-advocate. I would actually disagree. I'd like to list off how Curry, START, disability services, UN mental health allies. These are all groups that are already established on campus that do a lot of similar things. And I mean, even a lot of the same things. And I think it's wise of the ASUM to join those forces. But again, an ad hoc committee is not necessary to do that. And it can be generated by individual senator interest. So I'm concerned that the charge of the ad hoc committee or the charge and then the legislation of the ad hoc committee itself don't either. I see a lot of passion in some vague statements, but I'm not seeing a specific directive. These are my largest concerns in moving forward supporting this. With that being said, my concerns are not with the fact that I want to show supporting mental health. That's not at all what it is. To just be completely clear about that.
Senator Blucher.
I move to amend. I move to amend line item 49 to remove the period at the end of behind wellness and add a semicolon and say, and Sean Grow, comma, Director of Veterans Education and Transitional Services. Sean Grow.
Second.
Unanimous.
Sean, SEAN.
Let's give it a second. I'll keep that noted.
Grow, comma, what'd you say?
Director of Veterans Education and Transition Services.
Okay. Okay. So there's been a motion by Sean Grove, Director of Veteran Educational and Transition Services. It's been seconded by Senator Shai, and unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection on this amendment? Any discussion or objection? All right, seeing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Wilnes.
May I be moved to the end of the speakers list?
Yep, that's fine. Senator Pfeiffer.
Yeah, so understanding the trying to work with this document by the authors, I just had one query from the item of the funds on line 27. Whereas mental health is a complex multifaceted issue, it cannot be solved with simple one-size-fits-all solutions. I'm curious about the wording of this clause because written in the context of this document doesn't seem to reference anything. I'm a little curious as to why it's been put in there. If the authors can expand on that.
Yeah, so it's in there because right now we're not saying that there is a one-size-fits-all solution. However, we believe that there can be more solutions on campus that can be to the students. And so the intent, that's why also the committee charge is pretty big, is so that in that way we can also work to represent students as much as we need to, and the committee can be flexible to really reach that not one-size-fits-all standard. Because it's true that there's not a one-size-fits-all approach to colleges.
Yes.
Fantastic. In the same sense, that particular clause doesn't have a relationship with the second clause in that line, so I'm going to sort of split the whereas clause, 27, so that the second clause has its own line.
Okay, so, sorry, can you restate that?
Yeah, so I move to split the whereas clause, line 27, so that the second half of the sentence gets its own whereas clause.
So then, okay, so you want the and taken off and then whereas.
Have it read whereas mental health can be exacerbated.
Okay. Okay, so yeah.
I can come up and insist.
I think we'll be good. And then you want a semicolon on the end of line 28 as well?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then just a semicolon.
Is that what you wanted?
Okay, so there's been a motion to split that whereas clause and add a little bit more at the beginning. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Anderson. Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? All right, seeing none, that amendment passes and the whereas clauses have been split. Next on my speakers list, Senator Terrell.
Yield.
Senator Flanagan.
Yeah, so there's a lot that I'd like to rebut. This might be kind of long. First and foremost, there's been a lot of talk about accusatory language and sort of real problematic hostile language in this. And I understand that that's a concern that people have, but if it is, now is the time to get on the speakers list and the folks that are making the change that we're seeing these issues. Otherwise, it's just conjecture and we don't actually see any specific examples of this. I've only seen one specific example of any language point so far. Moving on, we do see support, just going off this accusatory language thing, we are seeing direct support from CHC on this resolution. We have the online public comment from Rick Curtis that talks about his support for establishment as a committee. And moving on, and I believe we also got an email with Linda Green talking about her support and why she would like to see it as a committee and so on. So for all these reasons, I don't see this accusatory point, and I see the CHD showing their support for this resolution. And then as for the point on why we would need it as a committee and how this can operate without a committee, I would point to some previous comments, and I would also point to the fact that, again, the CHD has talked about the importance of it being established as a committee, and I believe we can get much more done as a committee. And I personally have had a huge way with RNA handle this bill, and I say this as a committee member on RNA. Last committee meeting, we saw this bill for maybe 20 minutes before we ended the meeting early due to a time constraint, and I thought that was just an abhorrent way to handle a bill that was this important. I don't think we should have rushed it like that. I think we should have handled it better and proposed more amendments, especially for things that we have issues with. So I have a huge issue with that. And as for the specific directive, again, I would talk about as for the specific directive, this is my first time hearing about this. Is something that RNA wants to see. I could be wrong on that, but this is the first that I'm sort of hearing this. And again, I think that this is something that should be workshopped better. I understand the concern with this specific directive. I just think all of this has been went about very poorly, and I think we should pass this bill, and I think we should make the changes to get this bill passed. Can I follow up?
Yeah.
Move to remove Drew. So the second page. Oh no, line 46. Drew calling director, Drew calling director of SART from the Senate line.
Okay, so there's been a motion to remove Drew Calling, Director of SART, from the Senate line.
Second.
Seconded by Senator
Discussion.
Johnson. Is there unanimous?
Unanimous.
Unanimous consent has been called. Discussion's been called by President Belcher. Senator Flanagan, your authorship.
Yeah, I was under the impression that Drew's leaving, but I'm interested in your discussion. I would be open to withdrawing my motion.
President Belcher.
I still think it's really important that this resolution makes its way over to SART, even if it's not specifically.
I withdraw my motion.
So is the seconder withdrawn?
Yes.
The seconder is withdrawn. Next on my speakers list, Senator Nelson.
I'm sorry, I didn't speak earlier, I thought it was Mr. Regarding SB 11/1920, I want to discuss why I chose to make the motion to sign this 2 or 4, which do not pass recommendation, but I first wanted to outline the reasons that aren't included. I didn't make the motion because I don't care about mental health issues and needs to address such issues. I didn't make the motion because I have a personal vendetta against those that worked on this resolution over the course of the year. I didn't make the motion because I failed to see the value of multiple entities working with a common goal of monumental this one. And I do have a willingness to rescind my personal recommendation if I find that monumental progress is made on this resolution. This resolution has been seen by RNA now on 3 separate occasions. On the first occasion, I supported sending both the resolutions to the floor, not because I didn't see problems, but because I wanted the Senate to discuss them at large. During our second meeting, once both resolutions were sent back to the committee, I made the motion to be able to consider the consolidated resolution SB 11 for 2 weeks to give the office a chance to address the concerns of the committee and the Senate at large, as well as to develop a comprehensive plan which RNA asked them to do at this meeting. This week, after seeing nominal progress, I moved to send the resolution back to the Senate with the do not pass recommendation. From the beginning, I have seen problems with this resolution, but I've held out hope and have tried to give suggestions to make specific plans and ideas, or to make this ad hoc work because I see its potential and intrinsic value. I have offered my opinions and given specific plans and ideas, and yet my concerns persist. Some of my concerns include the charge of the committee versus the verbalized and written intentions given by the authors if the ad hoc is to be established. Another is the way, in my opinion, that we're telling other entities around campus to do their job quote-unquote better without reading the subject or specific points of improvement. Another is that we've asked the authors to develop a specific plan about what their goals are in conjunction with the resolution written and how to achieve them. Their plan is very specific or offer any path to achievability. Ultimately, though, I wanted the Senate to decide what happens to this resolution because I am just one voice and RNA is just the voice of the field. This Senate does not have to respect our recommendation. The Senate may pass the resolution, send it back to committee, vote it down, or table it for a specified or unspecified period of time. While I have other concerns, I have been asked to reel it in by a member of the executive team. While I am deeply disturbed by this ask, considering the time and effort I put into this resolution and my passion for serving the general welfare of the students of the Constitution demanded, I will respect those wishes and allow for others to speak without fear of my voice's presence. Please feel free to ask any questions you may have, but I believe other members of RNA can answer these questions.
President Belcher.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to point out that this is an unprecedented amount of pressure put on the authors of a resolution creating an ad hoc. I have never seen this high of expectation out of the amount of plans that they're expected to have. Second of all, if you're concerned about the committee charge, whatever charge we pass right now, that is what they have to do. And if they do something that you think is outside of the committee charge, you can call them out on it on the Senate floor and task them with not doing that action, because they will then be bound by this document to do actions that align with the committee charge. So that's not a concern of mine. I think I may have misspoken when I said that I think some of you might not care about mental health as much, or that what that might indicate, but we have had the opportunity to work on this resolution and pass amendments and draft amendments for 3 weeks. And so if we haven't been able to get a resolution doing the simplest thing, creating an ad hoc to explore a topic, that does indicate at least that it's not a priority. And if that's the case, I'd like people to just say that this isn't a priority for us to pass. If it was a priority, I think it would have been done already.
Senator Shaw.
Okay, so I have a few things to rebut previous points that have been made. First of all, Curry acknowledges that they can't do everything, and that's why they need ASUM to help them see what students need. When we have met with Curry, they have graced us with like so much support for having students' voices heard, and they try to let students' voices be heard in the current like status quo mechanisms that they already have, but they think that this committee could help a lot with not only having our voices heard at the university, but in greater Missoula and Montana as a whole. They really think that this could benefit our university, and they really hope that we can continue to make sure that students' needs are being met and that their voices are being heard through ASUM. Furthermore, no other ad hoc committee has been held to the standard of having a set schedule, and goals have been a standard that ASUM has previously held the authors of ad hoc committees to. This honestly is a lot to ask of two authors to come up with an entire schedule for an entire year of every single little thing that they're going to do through this committee. And I have an entire list of goals that we would like to see done and things that we're going to get started on with Curry. If this passes today, our first goal will be working with Julie Stearns to really get a poll out and get qualitative evidence from the student body as to what they need so that we can serve them better. And lastly, we asked Dining to lower their prices and just address that in public comment. We asked UMPD to change their parking regulations last year. I see no problem with bringing this to Curry and saying, you guys are doing great, and they recognize that we love what they're doing, but they recognize that we can have a hand in helping them do better on students because we are students and we speak for students. Therefore, I see no reason why we shouldn't pass this tonight, and Curry's completely happy with this. They've seen every iteration of every single legislation that has hit RNA, and they have not expressed any sentiments that are currently in this resolution as points of problems to either me or Senator Brennan. So I really don't see an issue with this, and I hope that we can encourage a pass vote tonight, because if not, we are failing students.
Okay, I am going to read my speakers list and then cap it. I have Johnston, Ockmall, Fulton, Anderson, Wilness, Durnell, Nelson, Torello, Flanagan, and Ockmall again. Would anyone else like to get on the speakers list? I got Johnson, I have you. Or I mean Flanagan, sorry. And Pfeiffer. Okay, last call. All right, seeing none, point of parliamentary inquiry, Senator Flanagan.
Is moving to repeal the decision of the chairman interruptible?
Yes, it is.
Move to appeal the decision, Chair.
Seconded.
Okay, so there's been a motion to appeal a decision of chair from Senator Johnson, seconded by Senator Flanagan. Senator Johnson, your officer. Actually, before we begin, I don't know if all of you remember the correct way to do this. The motioner gets an authorship, I get a response. The seconder gets their authorship, I get a response, and then we go into an immediate placard vote. It's a 2/3 vote to overturn the decision of the chair. Senator Flanagan, or Senator Johnson, your authorship.
Yeah, I think that a lot of us have stuff we'd like to talk about, and I don't feel like we've also expressed that, or new things have arisen that we'd like to talk about. So I'm perfectly comfortable staying here until God knows what hour, if we get this stuff done, and fully all do so.
So my reasoning behind capping the speakers list is that it's already 9:48 p.m. and we're discussing an ad hoc committee resolution, which has not taken this much time to discuss in prior years. Additionally, we've had a multitude of information come from the authors and senators about this bill for the last month. I think personally that there's been enough information discussed to warrant a capping of the speakers list at this meeting so that we can get out at a reasonable time. Senator Flanagan.
Yeah, I don't see the purpose of having the speakers list. I don't think that, we're here to serve, and getting out of here for a reasonable time is not a concern to me. My concern is giving this bill the attention that it needs. And I say that not necessarily as a supporter, but just as a senator. Two senators with different opinions are the ones that made this motion, and that's why I think we should be focusing on giving this bill the attention it needs, especially because I feel it's been rushed in the past.
And one thing that I'll note is that, again, we've had a multitude of discussion, and also for us to be an effective student government, we don't have to stay until midnight or 1 in the morning like previous sites have done. We can effectively serve the students while getting out before 10 p.m. So I will now move into a placard vote as to whether to appeal the decision of the chair by capping the speakers list. All those in favor of appealing the decision of the chair, please raise your placard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, all those opposed? Okay, please raise your placard if you're opposed to appealing the decision of the chair. Abstentions? Okay, so the motion fails 9 to 5. So the speakers list will remain capped. Next on our speakers list, Senator Johnston.
First off, I'd like to state that I think bringing motions and personal stories into this topic is extremely hard to do and share with the body. It's extremely difficult to bring an emotional fight that you have within yourself, and it can be difficult to express knowing others that have had the same fight. However, I advise against bringing in personal stories, as I can see that all of us know or have thought through some sort of mental illness and gone through it. I know someone close. I've had family members cause serious harm to themselves, and I have not brought this to the body from them. I didn't see a reason to. I don't see a reason to bring it up. And I would hope that senators vote based on the content of this resolution, pro or against, and not have their emotion of this resolution in that tonight. So kind of rebut previous senators' comment on the online public comments. It says if ASUM passes the resolution, please know it very blah blah blah. You can make that for yourself. And then it also goes on to say if it doesn't, I don't necessarily see the resounding support for this bill, and so I can't say what the author's personal communication is with participants and not assume that. I would just say that I think that you can't take the online public comment as resounding support.
Senator Ockwell.
So with the do not pass recommendation from Relations and Affairs, I would like to make it abundantly clear that that vote was passed in a majority. It was not just one person or two people on the committee. You require a majority to pass that. So the majority of the committee did agree we wanted to forward this to you all and give you the choice of looking at it, but we did not pass it. Additionally, I would like to note that I did consistently after meetings tell the authors I would be interested in working with them and have something out. I was never contacted except for the emails to send to Relations and Affairs with various informational items. Although I would have loved to work on this, I simply am very, very busy and didn't have time to talk, so I was hoping you would reach out to me, and that's okay. I also am still concerned with this committee, although the change to charge has been good in terms of making it clear that this is not an oversight committee. I think that there is still a heavy undertone of that, and I urge everyone in this room to be cautious about ASUM overstepping its boundaries. And then I would also like to point out that the authors have stated that they already started working with Prairie today, which is fantastic. They are already getting on this and doing great work as senators, which they continue to do, regardless of whether or not this is passed. Because as senators, even when something that you want doesn't get passed, that doesn't mean you can't stop working on it first.
Senator Fulton.
Yeah, so going off of what a previous senator has said, so when you do have autism and all those mental diseases, you are required when you're in high school to go through Montana Vocational Rehabilitation, and then your information is actually sent to the state, not the state, the university that you want to go to, even though like you may not be accepted by Montana Voc Rehab. they still send your information to DSS and all of that. So even though they have that already sent out, it is just the student's responsibility to go to DSS, pursue the stuff that they need. So I really don't feel like that's on, like, I don't feel like that's the committee's responsibility to be like watching over students and be like, yo, you need to go to DSS to make sure you get all the stuff you need. And I'm just, I'm just not in a big support of this. Like, for one, there's no like student outreach. There's just nothing. Oh, there's stuff in here that I really do like, but there's just too much cons against the pros.
Senator Anderson.
Okay. So I'm going to start off by saying that I am personally insulted by the comments that have been made. When we sent this resolution back to committee the first time, we were told to show up and vote no. We did. We addressed concerns. We asked the committee to do things. We made amendments through the committee members. They made the decision to give up because we asked them to reach out to the authors to get more information. They did. They brought it back to committee. We still showed up. Myself and another student came to RNA to still voice concerns, even though we are not a part of the committee. And I am insulted to think that people are saying that we're not making it a priority, we're not doing work, like that's just being ridiculous. In addition, since we are continually referencing previous ad hocs, from experience, I wish we would have spent this much time on our ad hoc last spring.
Senator, so I'm going to roll a specific reference dilatory, even if you don't know it, because just say ad hocs in general.
Okay. Ad hocs in general, when we didn't spend as much time on the ad hocs in past, there was a lot of infighting afterwards, and it made it detrimental to the ad hoc, like to previous ad hocs. It was very difficult to get work done because we were worried about the nonsense that was going on here. The amount of time that we're spending on this specific ad hoc, especially given the issue, is necessary. Mental health is ever changing. It affects a large majority of our students, but it means that we need to take the time to do it right. This started out very adversarially. It's not a bad thing it's a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths right now. This is the chance to fix that, and I don't see that chance being taken. I appreciate all of the work the authors have done. I understand what it takes to give a very personal statement on this body to support it, but I can't get behind this as it stands. I think that there's too much that has gone on. I think that it's not going to be able to do what it wants, and that would be a shame. I would rather see senators work out individually and maybe try and fix this if they can, than trying to force this through now.
Senator Willis.
In May, when I stood up there at the head of that, where the podium used to be, now it's a table, but anyways, when I stood up there, I made the comment that it's people that matter. You take away the paperwork, you take away the politics, you take away all the little details. You know what's left of this campus? It's the people. Now, there are many, many people across this campus that could use ASUM support in regards to mental health. College has always been a stressful time, but it has been getting worse and worse in recent years, and this is an issue which this body, while individual senators have gone off to take their own initiatives, a formal committee has not existed to tackle this particular issue. So the question tonight is whether or not we will act on behalf of those people. So the question of whether to act or not to act will be decided tonight on our vote. I am going to vote to pass this committee, and I will do everything I can to make sure that this committee serves the students of this university. And I hope that every single person on this body will do the same. But even if this resolution does not pass, and if this committee is not formed, that does not change your obligation to humanity, to students. It does not change a thing. The only thing this resolution does is it establishes a committee that provides a forum for us to tackle mental health. Nothing else.
Senator Darnell.
So
I would like to talk a little bit about how in the second RNA meeting, there were many, many senators present there, who were able to see the amount of effort that was put in, to reformatting this resolution. When it was combined, it was originally like almost 3 pages. It was really, really large. And because of all the input from the senators and from people, on different groups on campus, it was reduced to something a bit more compact, that reflected the views of everyone. They were also, however, able to witness the verbalized efforts from the RNA committee about what they wanted to see changed within the next 2 weeks after they still tabled it. And unfortunately, those changes were hardly needed, and the communication between the office and the committee wasn't there. Curry said that they'll support this no matter what, whether it passes or whether it doesn't. They're supporting the cooperation. Senators will do something about this no matter what. Establishing a committee without attainable goals is worrisome to me, and it does not determine whether mental health will be properly advocated for on this campus. And I appreciate all the efforts by the operators, and I appreciate all the comments here today. But I will not pass this.
Senator Torello.
I would just like to make it clear. The implications that mental health are not important to those, mental health is not important to those who didn't want to pass this bill is unfair. That not passing this bill is the end-all be-all on our stance on mental health. The opposite is actually true. By passing an inadequate bill, we show that it's not a priority. There were many times where I hear talk of bringing up changes to this bill and that nobody's doing it. There were many changes that were brought up in RNA the several times we met on this bill. They were either shot down or ignored. There were concerns brought up about this bill. They were ignored. So the idea that nobody gave their time and effort from RNA in this bill is frankly a lie. This bill was rushed. However, it was brought up to extend the time on this bill. Those efforts were ignored and shot down. This bill does not have the support of members on this body because we thought it was inadequate. There was too many changes to the intent of the bill, and frankly, everything about it is way too vague. I will not be voting to pass this bill tonight, and frankly, I'm disgusted by the attacks on the RNA committee and the senators who do not support this bill from their colleagues on this body. It is true that no other ad hoc committee ever had to go through something like this, but we can stop that tonight and just go straight to a vote and stop with attacking each other.
Senator Flanagan.
Yeah, this is gonna be kind of long. I have a lot of comments here, but first and foremost, I'm going to go back a bit. Personal stories are very important for arguments. I think we can't underestimate the power of a narrative. A narrative is very important to, it's very rhetorically important for getting a point across. You can see this on multiple political platforms. So yeah, personal stories are very important. The comment about CHG not showing resounding support, again, I'd like to support from the Linda Green online public comment. If that could be pulled up, that'd be great. Just because that was
Senator Flanagan, that's not part of the online comment. That's just an email I forwarded to you all a couple hours before the meeting. So
still, the email that we all saw about from Linda Green was a very important sign of support from CHG on this, and I think that's something that's been ignored by a lot of the dissenters of this bill. One of the main issues that I have with how RNA conducted was with the do not pass movement that we put forward. And again, I don't think RNA speaks for the entire student or for the entire body of Senate by doing this do not pass. Again, members of RNA that put this forward said that they are not the voice of Senate. So I think that's very important to take into consideration for this do not pass. I think we should pass this bill, and I think that we can get the changes that we need for the committee by passing this bill. One point that I hear a lot about is the language being used for it. Again, I've seen no specific examples on this, and I would have loved to see some amendments changing this, but I didn't see any. So I can't actually consider that as any form of an argument. Moving on, the sort of lack of structure that people seem to have an issue with. We have the author saying that she has a structure set for it and things she wants to accomplish once the bill is passed. But again, this was also a point that was deliberately ignored, so I have to assume that I don't know what to assume. I don't know why this was deliberately ignored. And that's why I can't even consider not passing this bill. I will say if this bill doesn't pass, I will expect everybody that chose not to pass it because they think that doesn't necessarily have to be a committee. I will expect those people to be doing work for mental health. It's frankly something we should all be doing. And if it's something we're voting and it's something that we chose not to do as a committee, it's just problematic. It's very problematic. This is the progress that ASUM needs, and I think we should pass it.
Senator Akmal.
First, I would like to remind everyone that our name is our holy law. So if you would like to see what the committee did or did not do, it's available. And I think a lot of discussion has been about the scheduling comment. And the committee did not ask for a specific schedule. We did not ask for a date and deadline for all of that. What we asked for were timely, feasible, specific goals. We did not get those. Did we get specific goals? Yes, but they don't have time. We did get feasible goals that were not specific. So we did not see anything that met each of those three requirements, which was what we wanted to be able to pass this forward comfortably. Additionally, in terms of dealing with mental health on campus, I would far rather have no resolution and no ad hoc committee than create a resolution and an ad hoc committee to try and make ourselves look good and show that we're supporting mental health. I think ASUM's image has been through the mud plenty in past years, and I'm really not that concerned about people thinking one thing or the other about this body. Because if we're going to tackle mental health, we should tackle it correctly. Whether that is mental health from ASUM or whether that is specific centers, reaching out and getting to say that, yes, I was able to do this thing. I would just far rather not pass this than pass this with the intent of showing that ASUM supports mental health and trying to make ourselves look good.
Bolton.
Yeah, so I'm not in support of this at all. There's things in here that I want to support, but until it's fully developed, I don't feel like I can support this. And honestly, the people that are attacking RNA, the people that think it's quote disgusted that we didn't put the time and effort. If the people wanted to put the time and effort, and if people wanted to add things or take things out, they could have come to an RNA. They could have voiced their opinion. But the fact that they didn't, that shows to us that they really didn't care what we did. I personally feel like if we do pass this tonight, it's not going to show the student body that we're caring about mental health. The fact that we're rushing this and pushing it forward shows the student body that we really don't care. Because if we're putting something out there that really isn't ready, we're just going to have to bring it back in and then just revamp the whole thing. And at the end of the day, senators are already doing this to combat mental health. So why do we need to have this if we really already do this? So can I have a follow-up?
Yeah.
I move to table indefinitely.
Okay, there's been a motion to table this resolution indefinitely. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Just as a reminder, a motion to table indefinitely means it can't be brought back. One of the ways it can't be brought back. Senator Fulton, you're on.
Yeah, like I said previously, there's not enough in here. There's nothing about student outreach. There's no goals. Like the author said, they have plans. Why didn't they put it in there? If they really had goals that they wanted to accomplish, that should have been put in their charge and not something big that is currently out there right now.
Senator Flanagan.
So to clarify, just completely making sure this is tabled indefinitely, it can't be seen again, it can't be brought up again. Okay. Can I have a follow-up?
Yeah, can I have a follow-up?
Would it be appropriate in this motion to hear some of the goals that the authors have?
No, because the motion is to table indefinitely, not about the resolution entirely.
Thank you.
If you want to hear about the resolution entirely, then the motioner should withdraw and the seconder should withdraw, except the speaker's list is capped, so we won't be hearing those. Senator Shaw.
Yep.
Any more discussion on the motion to table this resolution indefinitely? Senator Flanagan.
Yeah, I really don't agree with tabling this indefinitely. I think that's really bad. Excuse me, bad move, talking too fast. I'm going to, this is something I'm going to research and look into. If it doesn't pass, it's going to be something I seriously consider in different ways and whatnot. I think tabling indefinitely just sets a very bad precedent, and I think it's the wrong move entirely. I can at least kind of understand why people wouldn't want to pass the bill, but I can't understand tabling indefinitely. I can't.
Actually, yield.
Yeah. Any more discussion on the motion to table indefinitely? Any more discussion? Senator Fulton.
So another main reason why I'm moving this to get tabled indefinitely is we've been looking at this for a month. Honestly, if we would have agreed on this and if we could have got the stuff done, this ad hoc committee would already be formed. The fact that we're going back and forth, it's not ready, and I feel like if they want to try this again, it should be brought up to different resolution.
Any more discussion? Last call for discussion. All right, we'll now proceed to a roll call vote on whether to table this resolution indefinitely. All those in favor of tabling SB 11 indefinitely, please raise your placards.
Roll call, you said.
If it's a motion to table indefinitely, it's just, this isn't a voting on the question of the resolution, it's just a placard vote. Oh, sorry. I apologize, everyone. I think the late night's getting to me. It's a placard vote that I'm trying to formulate with words, but not quite getting there. So, all those with a placard vote, all those in favor of tabling this resolution indefinitely, please raise your placards. All those opposed? Abstentions? Okay. The motion to table indefinitely does not pass. Back to my main speakers list, Senator Borghesani.
So I remain skeptical of the creation of this committee due to the fact that not only does it wade in some murky waters pertaining to the control or and influence ASUM has over trade, but I also question whether or not putting students in charge of an issue as serious as this is a good idea, because again, I understand how people who have suffered through mental health in the past certainly have a lot of experience and expertise to give other people advice and moral support. However, that doesn't make them licensed professionals, and at the end of the day, licensed professionals are really the right people to speak to when you're enduring mental health problems such as these. So the problem I see with this committee is that it only facilitates students in allowing them to report their personal problems rather than devising actual solutions and treatments for them.
Senator Flanagan.
Oh. Can I be moved to the bottom of the speakers list?
No. There's one person left.
Okay. So, I didn't realize I had an entry on this. I definitely think that as senators we have a really important position, and because of that, I think that we have the availability to see an issue that's this important, and I think that we're chosen specifically for that. So I definitely don't see the issue of us not having the efficiency to see issues as important as mental health. You guys all know my opinion on this bill. I think it's really important. I think that it needs to be formed as a committee, and I think we should pass it tonight, and I've yet to see sufficient reason as to why we shouldn't. And if you are on the fence, please just vote yes, because it's the right thing to do in this situation.
And last on our speakers list, Senator Pfeiffer.
Yeah, so the suggestion I have heard multiple times with regards to goals on this resolution is important. Goals are important for a committee to get appropriate. I also believe that there are other committees related to ASUM and university whose goals are general and they can be divided into this part. This issue can be constant. People's pain and regards to anxiety or other mental health issues are relative and depend upon the person. And we may always see years where people come into the university and will always have stress and willing to be with that consistently. So with that in mind, I really think that committees have the capacity to fail, and that's okay. Because in the end, we all want what the services we provide students to get better. And I think that's going to change after we vote on this issue. I agree with sentiments about specialization of skills in regards to mental health issues. I think the people who authored this committee have the capacity to research and help people on the committee understand issues very quickly. With that in mind, I think we should just focus on the growth of services that we provide instead of focusing on the cons of something that has to be built.
That is the end of my speakers list, and since it's capped, no one else can get on the speakers list. Secretary David, will you please take the roll call vote on Senate Bill 11, resolution establishing the Mental Health Advocacy and Education Ad Hoc Committee?
Senator Rockmall,
No.
Senator Anderson,
No.
Senator Brennan,
Abstain.
Senator Borgasani,
No.
Senator Contreras,
Abstain.
Senator Jernell,
No.
Senator Flanagan,
Yes.
Senator Fulton,
No.
Senator Glukert,
Yes.
Senator Hahn,
Yes.
Senator Hurley,
Same.
Senator Jimmy, Senator Johnston,
No.
Senator Kalanda,
Yes.
Senator Kiefer, Senator Nelson,
No.
Senator Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Senator Powell, Senator Ream,
Yes.
Senator Shy,
Yes.
Senator Terrello,
No.
Senator Thompson,
Yes.
Senator Wilmus,
Yes.
Business Manager Parsons,
Yes.
President Belcher,
Yes.
11 to 8 to 4.
Resolution passes 11 to 8 to 4. We will now move into new business. Does anyone have new business? I'll take down the speakers list.
One resolution to RNA amending expectations for student group leaders. Basically,
Wait 1 second for the secretary to take that down. Agree?
Yep, so one resolution to RNA regarding expectations for student group leaders. Basically what this stems from is we expect senators to not have any misdemeanors or felonies to serve in this capacity. So this would just be expanding that to student group leaders as well, as dictated in board on members policy.
Okay. Any?
I'll send it to board on
Yeah,
members
board on
as well.
members listed as well. Okay. Any more new business? Last call for new business. All right, seeing none, I will now entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting. Moved by Senator Akmal, seconded by Senator Jernell. Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Seeing none, the meeting is adjourned. Do you all want to, or actually, can you shut up? Actually? Do you all want to do